told you yesterday, the Washington Commanders have been sold to a group led by New Jersey Devils and Philadelphia 76ers owner Josh Harris. Now it appears the first move by the Harris Group is going to be to change the name. We're going to talk about that coming up on the Blitz. Had some signings taking place ahead of training camps. The Giants are signing former Cowboys wide receiver Cole Beasley, and Melvin Gordon is signing with the Baltimore Ravens.
SportsCenter is brought to you by BraintreeNutrition.com. Better sleep, more focus. BraintreeNutrition.com.
Joe Reinagle.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
We have made it. Yes, we have. It is Friday, and it is a great Friday. It's been a great day. This is the Blitz. I'm Joe Reinagle. Jason Minix flying off to Phoenix to do whatever he does, attend a concert. He did work this morning, though, so I can't give him too much grief. But he's off this afternoon. I'm going to drive this train along with James Pledger, who is the Iron Man of San Antonio Sports Star. I don't think the man ever sleeps. He works all the time because he worked this morning with Jason Minix and just returned from a chicken tender eating contest. And God bless you, James, because not only did you do that, but you bought a plate full of chicken tenders back to the station.
They're pretty good.
Not bad. How did it go out there?
My favorite is the big boys like to come out and play. They're like, I'm 6'4", 3-0, whatever. Finishing dead last. So you had, 8 contestants, right? Is 5.
that 5 contestants? Okay. So you said the guy that won was like 5'0".
Yeah, he was probably a little bigger than me, but he was the smallest guy at the table.
Okay.
And he went to town, and I was like, my money's on the little guy. Little guy won.
And you said, and look, when you brought these tenders in, those things were huge. They were not only long, but they were thick.
I got them right here.
Yeah, take a look at them. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see the chicken tenders. So there were 5 on a plate, right, James? And so you had to, I guess the winner ate a plate and a half, you said.
Yeah, about 6.5 tenders probably.
Wow.
In 5 minutes.
5 minutes. So that's tougher than it sounds. It really is tougher than it sounds. I know you and Rob Thompson were out there. It sounded like a good time.
The refuel, the grand opening of it out at 8288 Tally Road at 604 in Culebra. What's funny is the look of dejection in the contestants' faces when I told them only 45 seconds had passed.
Now, were they able to have some gravy or ketchup or anything like that? Or you just had to eat just the tender?
Raw dog it and drink some water.
Wow. So that was it was all water. Nice. Well, that's good, man. I'm glad that you and Rob were out there because I know it's been a long day for you already. You got back here. You got to drive this boat for us here on the Blitz, and then it's extra innings with Pledger coming up after this show. My goodness, dude, you're an Iron Man.
Yeah, I am looking forward. No Saturday morning hangover tomorrow, guys.
Yeah.
I'm taking a personal day to spend the weekend sleeping.
Well, I don't blame you. It's been a long week, man, and you've done a great job. So let's get through this show and see where we go from here. And I'm excited about today because there's a lot to talk about. And I know that James and Jason were talking about the Oklahoma City deal. The mayor came out, the mayor of their city, I think his name is David Holt, and talked about a new arena for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Is that Peter's cousin?
Yeah, who knows? We'd have to ask him. They got to be related somewhere along the line, I would assume. But he came out and said some interesting things about a new arena there in Oklahoma City, and we're going to hear from him coming up here in just a moment. But first, did you know, and I don't know if chicken tenders qualify for junk food, but it is National Junk Food Day. Now, I'm one of these guys that's kind of sick of that national whatever day because tomorrow might be National Poodle Day. The next day might be National, I don't know, Hole in the Ground Day. It seems like we got a national day of something every single day. But I thought this was kind of interesting because, we all like junk food, right? And I know if you're anything like me, Pledge, Minix, Thompson, Rudy J, any of us here, Edwin. Well, Edwin may be the exception. He eats pretty good. But the rest of us are junk food junkies. That's what we do, right? I brought in a Whataburger earlier today, had a chicken tender, and that's what we do. So what is your favorite junk food? Do you have a favorite junk food? Look, for me, obviously, hot dogs. I'm a big hot dog guy, but I really like Lay's potato chips, just the regular Lay's potato chips. I get hooked on those things, and I can't stop. So Lay's potato chips would probably be my number one. Hot dogs, I love them. They're great. And then all the other junk food. But if you got a favorite junk food, let me know, because it is National Junk Food Day. And so we ought to celebrate junk food while we can, and maybe, indulge a little bit today and have some junk food. You can reach us, as always, 656-3776, 656-ESPN. That's either a call or a text. Or if you're watching on YouTube, I know a couple of you have chimed in on the YouTube channel. Thank you there for watching. Paul Cantu is one of those guys. Welcome, Paul, and thanks for watching on YouTube. Joshua Jimenez says, Pledge made it back on time too. Dang impressive. It is impressive, Joshua. But thanks for watching there on YouTube. We appreciate it. But also, Joe Reinagle, at Joe Reinagle 210. And look, it's on Twitter. If you want to put it on Threads, that's fine. I can't remember the last time I checked Threads. I'm going to have to get better at that. But if you want to do it on Twitter and reach out that way, please text line to that right now. It is 2231 gummy bears and Skittles. I guess that qualifies for junk food.
Sour Patch Kids.
Yeah, the candy. Yeah, any kind of candy. I'm a big M&M peanut guy. I like the M&M peanut kind.
You and Minix.
Yeah, so I like those. Those are good. Regular M&Ms are all right. They're just they're all right. But let us know what your favorite junk food is, and we'll kind of keep that theme going the entire day as we get into everything else that we have. There is a report out in the Dallas Morning News, which I thought was fascinating, that Texas Tech has already shelled out over $8 million in NIL money. That's incredible. Now, I don't know how that stacks up, or if there was a comparison to some of the other schools, but I know that Texas Tech is one of those schools that they've been doling out some money, obviously, $8 million over that, a little bit over that in the last 2 years. I find that fascinating, and you got to wonder, and I mean this with all due respect, kind of, but if Texas Tech is paying that kind of money to players, $8 million, shouldn't they be a little bit better? And maybe they will be. A lot of folks are saying that they're the dark horse this year to win the Big 12. So we'll see how good they are, but they're certainly paying to get that talent there. No question about it. And I want to ask you a question. And boy, I tell you what, now, I thought about this a lot as I'm driving over here and how I should do this and not irritate a bunch of you soccer fans, but I probably will, and it's okay. Tonight, the Women's World Cup begins. USA takes on Vietnam. It's on Fox. I think it starts at 8 o'clock. And my question is simple. Do you care? Are you going to watch this? I'm not. I have no plans to watch this. I'll check in on it. I'll see what happened. And I certainly expect the women to do well. They're a very good team. So, but I just don't know. Do you plan on watching this thing or not? We're getting a lot of junk food junkies coming out here. Chase says cosmic brownies. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, although I think I do.
Yeah, they're the little Debbie's, the little square ones with like the colored sprinkles on top.
Okay, well, when he said cosmic, I thought maybe they had a little something in there to make you feel good. Because a lot of people will make brownies, or so I've heard. Rebecca says peanut M&Ms are the best. Rebecca, you're absolutely right. They are fantastic. And we just have to do candy. It could be a cake. I got to tell you what, my brother had a birthday on Tuesday. Wasn't able to go to dinner with him on Tuesday night, but Maggie and I took my brother and sister-in-law at the dinner last night. We went over to North Italia, and for dessert, they brought out these little donut things. And I can't remember exactly what they called them, but man, and I'm not usually a sweets guy, a dessert guy. I usually don't do that. But those donuts were fantastic. So that may be a thing. It was like sugar donuts with some kind of lemon meringue stuff inside. But it was really kind of cool and kind of good. So I don't know if I'll ever order that again. It was one of those freebies, right? Because you make sure you tell somebody celebrating a birthday, and usually most restaurants will bring out something to celebrate with. But these donuts, I think they were Italian donuts, or I can't remember exactly what they called them, but man, they were good. There were 4 of them that came out, and they were delicious. They really were. So that was good. That might be on my list of junk food. Paul Cantu says circus peanuts. Paul, I'm not sure that peanuts are junk food. Aren't peanuts good for you in some ways? I think they are. I'm not sure, but
No, he's talking about the little orange candy ones, the marshmallows.
oh, is that circus peanuts?
Those are circus peanuts, I think.
Oh, well, I don't know. I always thought it's the ones that you crack open and they're in the shell. There's usually 2 of them in there, and you crack them open and eat them. I don't know, Paul. Clarify what you mean there about that. But if that's junk food to you, then that's junk food to you. We're getting a lot on the text line here as well. Reese's peanut butter cups, according to 0811. Those are all right. I'm not a big peanut butter guy, but I'll eat one of those from time to time. But everybody likes junk food. You got to indulge every now and then. I mean, that's just kind of the way you got to do it. Women's World Cup. Anybody watching this thing? Anybody excited about it? Can anybody compete with the women's team? Because they're always so much better than the guys' team. It seems like they're just better, and probably will win this thing again. I think it's what's her name? Rapinoe is this is kind of her farewell tour, I guess. And so they're going to be playing for her, and it should be interesting. Again, they play tonight. I think it's at 8:00 tonight on Fox. So if you want to check that out, I won't be doing that. So this is the cosmic brownies that they were talking about. All right. So cosmic. Okay. All right. I mean, those look good. Now, those little M&M's pledge on there. Is that what those?
No, they're just like sprinkles.
Just sprinkles. Okay. I like brownies. I will admit, I do like brownies. They're pretty good. 2205 says chocolate chip cookies. Order up Central Market or Slotsky's preferably. All right. Beignets. What's called beignets, Jordan? On our YouTube line, beignets. Now these are the ones that Paul Cantu was talking about on the circus peanuts. Okay, I got you. Those look terrible, actually. Paul, what are you thinking, dude? Those look awful. I mean, they're orange and are they like marshmallow kind of? They look terrible. But dude, if you like it, power to you. Cheesecake, according to Ricky Esparza, likes cheesecake. All right, depends. I like good strawberry cheesecake from time to time. I got to be in the mood though for a dessert or something like that. I got to be in the mood. I don't know. Cheesecake's okay, especially if you go to the Cheesecake Factory. You kind of have to, it's one of those when in Rome kind of things, right? So you have a piece of cheesecake there, but I like the strawberry cheesecake. Other than that, not so much. But hey, let us know what your favorite junk food is as we celebrate today, National Junk Food Day. And the other day we were talking, if you were with us, you know what I'm talking about. If you weren't, let me explain. We were talking about the most annoying fans in the NFL. And there was a list of the annoying. And number one on the list, not only the list that I was reading from, but my number one list of the most annoying fans in the NFL were the Philadelphia Eagles. And there were a variety of reasons for that. They're just kind of, they're just not very good. They're just annoying as hell. Well, today, there is a story that I'm looking at. And correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't the Philadelphia Eagles go to the Super Bowl? I think they did. They did. And they got beat by the Kansas City Chiefs. But they had a hell of a season. So I told the story that when we were up for the Army-Navy game in Philadelphia last year, that we got in an Uber, and we're talking to the guy, and this is December, mind you, Philadelphia's already playing. Jalen Hurts is playing well. And his comment to us was, we're just waiting for Hurts to fall off the cliff. He's not the guy. And you're just like, shut up. The guy's playing well. Give him a break. Well, today I see a report that, according to Philadelphia Eagle fans, the jury is still out on head coach Nick Sirianni. Now, I don't know what Philly fans want. A trip to the Super Bowl? Cowboy fans would kill for that. Mike McCarthy would probably get a statue outside Jerry World if that happened. But yet, Eagle fans say the jury is still out on Nick Sirianni. More proof that the Philadelphia Eagle fans are the most annoying fans in the NFL and maybe, just maybe, the entire professional sports world. Not sure. Lot to talk about today. We're going to talk about a new arena. Everybody excited about the news that the Spurs are looking at it. The Mission's looking at downtown for a nice complex for a baseball stadium and new Spurs arena. Well, Oklahoma City is looking at the same thing, apparently. And the parallels are amazing because the arena that the Thunder play in is the same age as the arena that the Spurs play in. Both were built in 2002, and OKC is already looking at building a new one. But what's interesting is what their mayor talks about, how they're going to pay for that thing. A little skeptical, but we'll hear from him and we'll let you decide. That and a whole lot more. We got a busy Friday here on the Blitz, so stay with us right here on San Antonio Sports Star 94.1 FM.
He loves sports. He loves like you. He dreams about sports, which usually involves a bottomless tray of nachos.
Hey! What are you doing? Dude, if you get the nachos stuck together, that's one nacho.
He's Rob Thompson. Weekday mornings at 6 with R&R in the Mornings. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
The water coming in and out of your home is like laughter. Here in San Antonio in the Hill Country, it can be harsh. Now that's harsh. At the same time, those that know have a Connecticut quality water softener enjoy this. Smooth, soft, pure, clean water. The difference is astounding. Hard water, soft water. If you don't have a Connecticut water softener in your home, you're basically inviting destructive hard water to beat up your appliances, hot water heater, and every pipe in your home. And that's no laughing matter. This is Chris Knippa with Connecticut and San Antonio in the Hill Country. Call me for a free in-home evaluation at 656-PURE. Right now, get 0% interest on a Connecticut system. I'll even let you try the Connecticut water softener for 90 days, absolutely free. Connecticut is simply the best water softener you can buy, and that's why we say it's the last water softener you'll ever own. Don't live with. Live with.
The last water softener you'll ever own. Call 656-PURE. Connecticut.
If you're hit by a car, truck, or commercial vehicle, you need help with vehicle repairs, car rental, medical care, Davis Law Firm can help get your life back on track. For over 25 years, we have secured important verdicts and settlements for our clients, some in the millions of dollars. I'm Jeff Davis. If you were in a car or truck wreck or hit by a commercial vehicle, call the Fours right now. Call me at 444-4444. You got it. There's only one number to remember, and that's 4. Attorney consultation by appointment only. Davis Law Firm, San Antonio. Davis Law Firm is a proud official partner, personal injury attorney of the San Antonio Spurs.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa.
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Attention, all my poker playing guys and gals. SA Card House has another big month planned for you. July 19th through July 23rd, they're going to have the mystery bounty, the NLH tournament, $100K guaranteed. That's right. SA Card House off 281 and Bitters. This July tournament is going to be big, and you ain't going to want to miss it. $300 gets you $30K in chips, and 35% of that prize pool is going to go to those bounties. Also, $100 add-on, get you another $40K in chips. Day 1 flights, 20-minute blinds. Day 2 flights, 30-minute blinds. 10% of the field is going to advance. And also, they got the 10K bounty guaranteed. There's going to be at least one 10K bounty guaranteed. Check it all out for yourself at sacardhouse.com. That's the mystery bounty, 100K guaranteed. Just last month, they did 151. It's what they do. Why wouldn't you come on down? Check it all out at SA Card House, 281 in Bitters.
Hey, this is Rob Thompson from R&R in the Morning. Join us mornings from 6 to 10. Grab a cup of Joe on your ride to work. Right here on 94.1, San Antonio Sports Star.
Last night we let
that breathe a little bit.
I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all. You told me that you wish I was somebody you never
We just got to
met.
get Minix out of here.
Baby,
Finally have some good
something's
music on this
telling me
radio
this ain't over
station.
yet.
Got a Morgan Wallen for you on a Friday afternoon. Love that song. Boy, you talk about a guy that's just blown up, man. He is just blown up. Morgan Wallen. Good music. I like that. Thank you, Pledge. You're awesome, dude. That's great. We'll get Minix out of here. We finally class up this joint a little bit. That's good. It's good. Minix sends out a picture on Twitter. I don't know if you saw it. He and his wife drinking mimosas on the way to Phoenix, going up there to see Disturbed this weekend.
Happy anniversary, honey.
Yeah, happy anniversary. Yeah, that's nice, right? Well, he justified that by, he's saying he took, they went to the Bahamas earlier, about a month ago or whatever it was. And so I don't know. But, she's kind of into concerts just like he is. So it's a match made in heaven, I guess. By the way, we're talking about National Junk Food Day and donuts. Well, our friend Gino DiDomenico says that Italian donuts are called Zeppelis. How do you say that, Gino? Yeah, you tell me what it is, but I need a pronouncer there. Anyway, if that's what those were, man, they were good. They were very good. Oh, man, sugar donuts with some lemon meringue inside. Outstanding. But no, thanks for that update. Sorry if I butchered the name, but they were really good. National Junk Food Day. So if you got something on your mind, your favorite junk food, we're going to be talking about that the entire show. Chuck Vans on Twitter, the Chuck Vans Show, says that whatchamacallit bars. I don't know what those are. It's whatchamacallit. Steve Canto says Three Musketeer bars. Yeah. Those are okay, too. So there's a lot of junk food out there, plenty to choose from.
Whatchamacallits are awesome.
Are they? Now, so that's the thing. I don't know that I've heard of it. Are you gonna put it up on the screen? Whatchamacallit bars.
Oh, absolutely. It's like Rice Krispies with caramel and chocolate.
Now, see, I like caramel and chocolate. I'm not sure about the Rice Krispies.
You've seen them in
Yeah.
the store.
Okay. I do. I got you. All right. Pledge, put up a picture there to let me know what a whatchamacallit bar is. Chuck Vans Show. You're right. Those are pretty good. Now, I haven't had one of those in, it's been 100 years since I've had one of those.
Speaking of which, $100,000.
$100,000. Yeah. That one's not bad. I was like the Snickers a little bit better as a a candy bar, kind of like that. But you get a little older, you don't eat that kind of stuff as much as you used to. Or at least I don't, or probably shouldn't. Had a Sprite today. I'm not a soda guy anymore either. But I drove up to Whataburger and got the meal thing, right? And they asked me what kind of drink I wanted. And I'm like, I usually get like an unsweet tea or something.
Mm-hmm.
I got a Sprite.
You know what's funny?
It was good.
I went to Whataburger last night on my way home from work because I was hungry after my marathon. And I got one of their new BLTs and got a Sprite to go with it.
Sprite sometimes is just the way to go. It's just refreshing. It's not bad. So, and my Sprite today was fantastic. So it's got the number 4. The number 4 is with the jalapenos on it, and it's good. Bob Martin says, been with you all day, Pledge. Hang in there, buddy. Hey, Pledge ain't going nowhere. This dude is an Iron Man. He's going to be just fine, I promise you, until he goes home, and then he'll crash. Now, Chase Cole says, this might sound gross, but Flaming hot Cheetos dipped in, was it queso?
Yeah, it sounds delicious, actually.
That doesn't sound horrible. I like flaming hot Cheetos too, by the way. Those aren't bad. I don't know. Some of just a plain old Lay's potato chip is just, man, that hits the spot. All right, we've been talking a lot about the new Wemby Center, or whatever they're going to call it. And, obviously the Spurs reports out from the San Antonio Express News. Don Harris from Channel 4 also reporting this, but that the Spurs and the group that owns the Missions now looking into a sports complex in downtown San Antonio, a new arena for the Spurs, a new ballpark for the Missions, kind of all down there in the vicinity of the Alamo Dome. And they'd make bars and restaurants and make it a nice entertainment district. That's what they're talking about. San Antonio is not the only city that's talking about that, though. Oklahoma City, who very famously has copied San Antonio's Riverwalk. It's not near as nice, but they do kind of have a Riverwalk and some restaurants and stuff, and it's a mini version, I would say, of San Antonio's Riverwalk. But they tried to take that from us. So their arena is the same age as the AT&T Center, both built in 2002. And they're getting the same pushback that we've been hearing here, right? It's still not time for a new arena. It's only 20 years old. Whatever, we put some improvements into it, yada, yada, yada. Well, the mayor of Oklahoma City yesterday had a press conference, and I find this very interesting. Some of the things that he was talking about, and some of the things we know here in San Antonio. If you're a sports fan, a Spurs fan, you know this. Look, the economic impact of having a professional sports team in a city is huge. It really is, especially when that sports franchise is successful. The advertising you get for the city is incredible, and then of course the stuff we've been getting has been off the chart. So it's been huge. Well, David Holt, the mayor of Oklahoma City, talked about the economic impact of pro sports.
Do you realize that when the Thunder arrived in 2008, we were the 31st largest city in the country, and now we are 20th just 15 years later? This is no coincidence. The evidence is right in front of us, and it extends to every aspect of life in Oklahoma City, much of which has nothing to do with basketball. But let's look first at the direct impact of having an NBA team. Obviously, when there is a Thunder game or a concert, our city is bustling. Districts that didn't even exist in 2008 are full of people eating at some of the best restaurants in the country. People are staying at over 20 downtown hotels. We had exactly one downtown hotel 25 years ago. Our reports peg the annual direct economic impact of NBA basketball at over $600 million and 3,000 jobs. And then tens of millions more are generated by the non-basketball concerts and events at the arena. Inside the arena on those nights, we are united in a way we never had been before.
Unbelievable. And we all know that, right? And I think that's a pretty interesting stat that he spit out right there at the first part of that bite, that they were 31st largest city and now they're 20th. Pretty impressive. And that's since the Thunder got there. Now, obviously, when the Thunder came from Seattle to Oklahoma City, that city went nuts. And I had the opportunity to go to several playoff games between the Spurs and the Thunder back in the day when they had Kevin Durant and James Harden and Russell Westbrook. Boy, the fans really, really took to that ball club right away. So I'm happy for them. But what they're saying now in the article that I read on this before the show today is that, now I don't know if the Thunder have come out and threatened to leave or if there's been that hint put out by somebody, but according to David Holt, the Oklahoma City mayor, he thinks if the Thunder don't get a new arena, that they might just bolt Oklahoma City. And he has found a way, according to what he said, that he can do this new arena without raising taxes.
Though an agreement remains to be finalized and much remains fluid, I can still share some important takeaways that we believe will hold true. We believe our new arena can be funded without raising tax rates above their current levels. We believe we can accomplish this vital project simply by paying the exact same sales tax rate we pay today. No tax increase will be necessary. The public funding necessary to build the new arena will be supplemented by remaining MAPS 4 dollars that are already earmarked for the downtown arena, as I mentioned last year. And for the first time in city history, these public funding commitments will be joined by a significant financial contribution from the ownership of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Wow. Now, usually when you talk about a financial investment by the ownership group of said professional sports team, that usually doesn't happen. And it's usually up to the city and the citizens to take care of that. But it seems like Oklahoma City has found a way, and I'm not sure what money he's talking about that they have earmarked or whatever the case may be, to get this thing done without any additional taxes on the residents of Oklahoma City. Now, obviously, we all know how the Alamo Dome was built. It was a half-cent sales tax that was primarily paid for by tourists to San Antonio. And the Alamo Dome was paid off in a year. Bam. I mean, it worked. They raised a lot of money. Bam. Paid off in a year. I think similarly for the AT&T Center, there was some sort of a tourist tax or a hotel tax or something like that. And there's been word that would happen again for any kind of sports complex, like they're talking about downtown with a new arena and a ballpark for the San Antonio Mission. So not sure what you think, but I mean, I hate to go somewhere else and look at a plan, but I wonder if city officials, city politicians here have talked to the folks in Oklahoma City, or if they haven't, now that they've heard what the mayor has to say, would they be willing to do that and see what their plan is in OKC? And could that plan be implemented here in San Antonio? And I just thought it was interesting that because you normally don't hear that from any city. When it comes to a new facility, it's usually some sort of a tourist tax or a tax on this or a tax on that. And typically, it's one of those things you don't really see or feel. And look, I'm not for more taxes. I think we're all taxed out of our minds. But when it comes to something like this, that actually puts something so much, it's an investment we can see. And I'm wondering money. You know, what are they spending it on? Well, with this, you can kind of see, and you can see the economic impact it has on the way back. So what are your thoughts on that? Again, our text line, our phone lines are open, 656-3776, 656-ESPN. You can also get us on the YouTube channel if you're watching there. Please subscribe to that if you haven't done so already, or get me on Twitter at Joe Reinagle 210. By the way, there was a comment on their pledge, and I'm not sure if you can go back to it and as who it was, but that guy from Oklahoma City sounded a lot like SpongeBob. He kind of did, didn't he? A little bit. Yeah, why does that guy sound like SpongeBob, according to Gary Murphy?
You realize that when the Thunder arrived in 2008...
I don't know. I have no clue, but he kind of does. I guess. I don't know. What does SpongeBob sound like? That guy, I guess. What do you think about a new arena? Are you willing? Number one, I think most of us, Jack Vincent says we don't need any new taxes. Let the owners pay for it. I can't afford to go to a game anyway, so I don't want to pay for it. All right, fair. That's fair. But again, it's not just about going to the game, Jack. It's not. It's about keeping our city financially healthy. It helps. It honestly helps. So I invite your comments on that, and we can talk about that throughout maybe even the next break, because the phone lines are ringing as well. But we do need to take a break, so we'll do that. When we come back, we'll talk more about an arena and how we pay for that and how you feel about it. But the Madden quarterback rankings are out, and I cannot believe where Dak Prescott is. It's a travesty. We'll talk about that when the Blitz continues here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
If you're a man and you live in San Antonio or the surrounding areas, you need to pay close attention to what I'm about to say. Are you having issues rising to the occasion? Do you constantly worry about whether or not you can perform? Have you completely stopped having adult time? Is it something you just don't talk about? Guys, we have a solution. Mojo, the 100% guaranteed male enhancement pill that's fast, effective, and was designed to reignite passion, performance, and confidence in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Be ready at a moment's notice with the Mojo Male Enhancement Pill from Pure Line Nutrition. And for those of you who have used Mojo, check out Mojo Enduramax.
Touchdown!
a new formula that improves the potency and effectiveness of Mojo. Get fast results, last longer, and be the man she'll never forget. Mojo and Mojo Enduramax, 100% natural male enhancement formulas, only available at Pure Line Nutrition. Call now, 210-494-2210. That's 210-494-2210. Or visit us online at thepureline.com.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Spilled your drink? Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up spills quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading ordinary brand. So you can get back to your night. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
That's Mike saying good morning. It's the best he can do right now. Yeah, not a cloud in the sky. What Mike could use is a fresh start. And Irish Spring Body Wash. The fresh scent of Irish Spring and those sensational Irish Spring suds are just the reset Mike needs. Now he's ready
to go to work.
It's Sunday. Irish Spring. When the spring hits you, you're ready. Pick up Irish Spring today.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FIND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FIND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FIND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Ribs, burgers, chicken. Submit what you grilled or smoked, and you could win a $50 gift card from Tri-County Meat Market.
So good and tasty.
Grilling with the Blitz. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
We made it. It is Friday. Happy about that. The weekend is in sight. We're almost there. If you're already off work and your weekend has begun, congratulations. I'm happy for you. Mine hasn't. Pledgers has not. But we'll get through it. We're having fun here. We're talking about the Spurs in a new arena. And we're getting some interesting comments on our YouTube line, also on our text line. 6870 says more taxes for an overrated, overpaid organization that brings nothing to San Antonio, where they raise prices and charge insanely for food and drinks. Now, 6870, I will disagree with you on one point. That says brings nothing to San Antonio. That is absolutely not true. They do bring a lot to San Antonio, And Pledge, during the break, brought up a good point. He's probably not going to a game either, right? Same as the other guy that can't afford to go to the game or whatever, you just don't want to. But can you imagine if there is a complex downtown where something similar to a Texas Live, where you could just go down, hang out with Spurs fans, watch the game there, celebrate. I will never forget when Maggie and I got married a couple of years ago. Her whole family's in St. Louis. Well, St. Louis has exactly that. By the ballpark there in St. Louis, there is a huge complex that has restaurants, bars, all of that kind of stuff, and it's all indoors and it's huge. And the Cardinals weren't playing the weekend we went there, so we were able, very inexpensively, by the way, to rent out a portion of that building. And the balcony overlooked the ballpark, and it was beautiful. But they told me at that time that when the Cardinals play ball, before the game, during the game, after the game, the place is just simply packed with Cardinal fans. Some going to the game, some not. So that might be more of interest to those of you who can't maybe afford a ticket to the game or don't want to shell out that much money for a game or whatever the case may be. But most cities with professional sports teams have that type of complex in their downtown area. Oklahoma City, it's right downtown, right there on their version of the Riverwalk with all of their nightlife and restaurants and such. And most others do the same thing. And tourists going to games because it's downtown instead of that distance. I don't know if they would. Maybe they would. I'm not sure. But keep in mind, Mike, if the so-called tax is going to be the same thing that it's been, residents of San Antonio, unless you go downtown and stay in hotels a lot, aren't going to be paying this tax. You're just not. And it doesn't affect you. It affects people that travel to San Antonio, which is, San Antonio is a huge tourist destination. And a lot of people stay downtown. And I don't know if you've seen the prices of some of those hotel rooms downtown, but they're expensive. But tourists pay them. It's what you do, right? You go somewhere, you got to stay in a hotel. I guarantee you, the next time you go anywhere and stay in a hotel at any large city, look at your bill when you check out. I promise you have paid a certain amount of taxes that are going to something. It happens everywhere. And that's what happens. So typically residents aren't going to pay for this. And I don't even know if the Spurs are going to do this. I've heard rumors floating around, but there's been no firm plan on what they're going to do, how they're going to do it, and how they're going to pay for it. So I don't know. But just don't think that a sports franchise like the San Antonio Spurs doesn't bring stuff to this town, because it does. It brings money. And I should get my buddy Richard Oliver on the phone, who works downtown with I'm not sure if he's not with the Chamber of Commerce, but he's with something touristy.
Visit San Antonio, right?
Visit San Antonio. I think that's it. So he could tell us more so. In fact, we may try and do that a little bit later if we can. And he could tell us, exactly what how much money the Spurs and that bring in, especially now with Wemby. Just reporters alone, for goodness sake, are going to funnel money into this town. So a lot of people are going to be interested here. Now, Paul Cantu says on our YouTube line, those complaining about not paying in taxes for it are those same ones that complain that there's nothing to do in San Antonio. All they do is bitch and complain about the city. Well, look, Paul, I understand where you're coming from and that, but and I understand people not wanting to pay more taxes. I get that. I get it. I don't want to pay any more taxes. But that's the beauty of how these sports complexes have been paid for in the past, where residents typically, again, unless you go downtown and stay in a downtown hotel or eat downtown or something to that effect, you're not going to be paying any of those taxes. So it doesn't affect residents of San Antonio, or at least it hasn't in the past. And again, I don't know the plans I don't even know if they have a firm plan in place at this point in time. It's just kind of the ground floor of talking about this. So, but I just thought it was interesting that that Oklahoma City is talking about the same thing at the exact same time. And look, they don't have a Wemby. They've got some talented young players, but they don't have a Wemby. But they know that the value, how valuable a sports franchise is. They know. All right. And our city leaders know. And so, look, it's most likely going to happen. How that happens, where it goes downtown, I'm not sure. There are several locations in and around the downtown area that this could happen. But again, we're on the ground floor. We are just starting this fuse, so to speak. So I don't know how it would be paid for. We're just kind of spitballing as to how things have been done in the past and how they could be done again in the future to develop a complex, a entertainment area for sports fans, for anybody. Even if you're not a sports fan, you might want to go downtown and have some fun. Jack, I get you, buddy. I understand. And you don't have to be a part of this. And there's going to be a lot of you like Jack. I get you. And I'm not mad at you. I'm not. I understand. But I would just take my word for it. If you don't want to take my word for it, ask somebody down that works for the city or wherever. This is a valuable thing for the city of San Antonio, the city itself's health. I can't tell you the amount of advertisement that this city got when the Spurs were on their championship run in the early 2000s. I mean, it's incredible. And people told me all the time to buy the kind of publicity that this city got, exposure would have been millions of dollars. So you can look at it that way. But look, if you don't want to, if you're like Jack on our YouTube line, I get you. Yeah, I'm not mad at you. I understand. It's fine. You don't want to do it, don't do it. But again, it's typically, if that happens, is not on the residents of the city of San Antonio or any other city where an arena is going to be built. So we'll talk a lot more about that because it is a hot topic. And I think it's interesting that other cities are doing it and talking about it already as well, especially when they're the same age as the AT&T Center. And of course, I'm talking about Oklahoma City. Well, the reason that we've got this conversation going on is because of one very tall individual by the name of Victor Wembanyama. Now, Wemby is polarizing, you might say. And most people think that he's going to be a very talented individual in the NBA. Although there is one former NBA player who doesn't think so. Tim Hardaway Jr. Is being very, how can I put this politely, idiotic. We'll hear from Tim Hardaway Jr. when the Blitz continues right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Make-A-Wish Central and South Texas grants over 300 wishes a year. You can help by attending the second annual Wishes Under the Stars Gala on August 26th at the Rosenberg Sky Room at UIW. There'll be dinner, dancing, and wish granting. You can help create life-changing wishes for children with critical illnesses. Wishes increase hope, strength, joy, confidence, self-esteem, quality of life, and well-being. To sponsor or purchase tickets, go to TexasWishGala.org. That's TexasWishGala.org.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Golfers, swing into Edwin Watts Golf Shops. We've been serving golfers since 1968. Let us help you find the hottest gear from bags, balls, shoes, and apparel. All in stock at the best prices. Come in and test drive the latest arrivals from Titleist, TaylorMade, Callaway, Ping, and more. While you're there, get custom fit by one of our golf experts. Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Shop us in store or online at edwinwattsgolfshops.com.
Gomez Law Firm has been taking care of the people of San Antonio for almost 50 years, the leader in personal injury law. Jose, tell us a little bit more about what you do.
We do ride-sharing cases, 18-wheeler cases. Obviously, we've done those for very many years. Work injuries, we will be happy to take a look at and see if we can help.
If you have been injured in an accident or hit by a company vehicle, then you need to visit joegomezlaw.com.
We've been around for almost 50 years, and we're not going anywhere.
Call the Gomez Law Firm at 736-4040.
When traveling to see the Longhorns in Austin, make sure you bring along the guys from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Pledge has got the music going today. But why not? It's Friday. It is Friday. Happy about that. I'm Joe Reinagle. Jason Minix is off today. Thank you so much for spending your Friday afternoon with us. Boy, we've already gotten into it and gotten some pros and cons on a new Spurs arena. That is an ongoing topic that we're going to talk about for a long, long time. You can bank on it. So, and it's all because of one guy that's very tall, Victor Wembanyama. Whether he's 7'3.5" or 7'5" or whatever you think, doesn't really matter. He's a big dude, and he's in San Antonio. He's going to play for the Spurs, and hopefully will become a big star. But what I've noticed across the country, especially, is that there are those who, I don't know, kind of want to rain on the parade, right? They just kind of want to rain on the parade. Where, look, I've said this, look, the jury is out. We got to see this guy play against NBA talent. We haven't seen that yet. He's been playing in France. He played in the summer league, but that's not near the competition he's going to face. And I said we need to be patient with this guy because it may not happen, boom, right away. You know, everybody's expecting Wemby to come out, 28, 15, and 10 blocks and triple doubles all over the place every single game. Maybe that happens, but maybe it doesn't. We got to be patient. I think once he gets his feet wet, once he figures out the NBA, figures out the talent, what he needs to do and where he needs to go, I think he's going to be a great basketball player. Will he be one of the greatest of all time? Who knows? Only time will tell. Will we win more championships with Wemby? Only time will tell. But I think we got to be patient with this guy at least his first year or the first part of this first year and see how he handles it and gets acclimated to the NBA. Well, Tim Hardaway Jr. played in the NBA, as did his father. But Hardaway Jr. now, I guess, was a guest on a podcast or a radio show in Miami. It was called Miami Heat. Or Heat fans, I'm not sure. It's something to do. Take off with the Miami Heat. But he made a comment on that show about Victor Wembanyama.
I'm sorry. And you know what? Y'all think this is going to happen? That man is going to be an all right basketball player.
He's going to be better than all right.
Okay, we will see.
He's going to be better than Bol Bol.
Okay,
He will have a better career than Bol Bol.
We will see.
All right,
Bol
Bol's
in
year 4 of the NBA.
Right.
Obviously, Victor Wembanyama is about to start
It's going to take him year four to get to. Yes. Watch what you say. Watch what you say.
I give him 2 years.
Okay.
To be fair, Tim's the guy that originally said that Bol Bol was better than Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
No. So, of course, you said for real here today.
Yes, I said for real.
That's right. Now, he was also a scout 6 months ago.
Thank you.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm done with the conversation. You can say what you want to say. I know about these things.
I've never seen.
And when it comes true,
yeah.
he gonna be like, well, he not gonna say it on TV. I'm like,
nope. We're gonna invite him back.
Yeah, he was right.
Yeah, whisper. Hey, by the way, you were right. I don't say.
We'll find out. Yeah. Look, nobody knows at this point in time. Do they? And Tim Hardaway Jr. He's doing that to get a rise out of whoever. That's all he's doing, right? He's just trying to rile people up or get people who kind of feel the same way he does. Like, yeah, Tim, you go. Look, he doesn't know. We don't know. What we do know is this guy is a very talented individual. The very tall, talented individual who has some moves for a tall, talented individual that you just don't see all the time. And his potential is off the chart. Everybody wanted this guy. Anyone who would have won the lottery and been drafting number 1 would have taken Victor Wembanyama. Without a question, everybody wanted this guy. There's a reason for that. He's talented. His upside is incredible. But it might take some time. Now, 2 years, I don't think it's going to take 2 years. But I think that's why the Spurs are kind of going slow. They're not making a big splash in the free agent market. They're not bringing in a bunch of guys to try and win now. I would like to see them do that, but I get it now. The more I see this guy, the more I watch and look, it's kind of hard to argue with Greg Popovich. Guy's done it. He knows what he's doing. So I'm going to rely on him. I don't want to see another season like we had last season. Now, I know it paid off and everybody makes fun of me and all of that stuff. Well, quite frankly, you guys just got lucky as hell. You did. And I'm happy about it. I'm a Spurs fan. Happy it worked out that way. So I'll take the heat. That's all right. I'll take the heat. But look, we got to be patient with this guy. If you honestly believe that he's going to come in game 1 and set the NBA world on fire, I think you're sadly mistaken. You're going to be disappointed. It's going to take some time. How much time that's going to take, I don't know. I guess that's up to Wemby and Pop and how quickly he picks things up. No matter what you want to say about the NBA, and I will say this, and Charles Barkley said this the other day, so I'm kind of not really stealing it from him, but, we're on the same page. But he said the best athletes in the world play in the NBA. They do. Now, I've sat on this show in this chair at this microphone saying that I think the NBA is as soft as Charmin right now. It is. Now, we saw a little more physicality in the playoffs, and that's typical. But used to be a time not that long ago. It wasn't back in my day. It was a short time ago where the NBA was a physical league. But it has evolved into a shooter's league, into a finesse league more than anything. But what you still have are the most talented athletic individuals on the planet. They play in the NBA. So I don't care what Wemby played against in the French league. He certainly didn't see the same kind of talent in the summer league. He's going to see some exceptional talent that is going to want to make a statement to the Spurs rookie. He's going to get their best every night, without a doubt. It's going to take some time.
Victor Wembanyama.
Now, see, that pisses me off right there.
Victor Wembanyama.
Have some respect.
Victor Wembanyama.
This dude thinks he's funny. He's in Miami. Heat fans, they don't like, Spurs or Victor or whatever because we kicked their butt once at least.
Victor Wembanyama.
So, I mean, have some respect. That irritates you? It irritates me.
Victor Wembanyama.
Glad we don't have to listen to that cheese ball every day.
Victor Wembanyama.
You think that's funny, Pledge?
I do. That is my new favorite drop.
Victor Wembanyama.
That irritates me. And when I first heard that soundbite a minute ago, and by the way, I've got a little rant on our TikTok page. How do we get to the TikTok page, Pledge? Do you just go to TikTok and search for San Antonio Sports Star?
SA Sports Star.
SA Sports Star.
Same as our Instagram, same as our Twitter.
All the same.
Same as our threads.
SA Sports Star. So go there. You can watch that. Just a little 60-second rant about this ridiculous show that
Victor Wembanyama.
Does anybody agree with Tim Hardaway Jr.? Anybody? I don't. I think it's going to be a lot quicker than that. And I think he's going to be a big star. Look, I don't want to throw wet blankets, but I will. I have a little concern. The guy's 7'3.5", 7'5" with shoes on.
You kids get off my lawn!
I worry about that. The history of tall guys like that has not been very good. Hopefully that won't happen. He's been healthy, takes care of himself. We got to be patient. Patience, kids, is the word of the day. Patience. Be patient with Wemby. Don't call him a bust after one bad summer league game or one bad regular season NBA game. He's not. You got to be patient. Wow. All right, enough with Tim Hardaway Jr. When we come back, the Washington Commanders may not be the Washington Commanders for very much longer. What would you like to change that name to? Back to the Redskins? Or has that sailed? We'll talk about it when we continue right after the Sports Center update on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Victor Wembanyama.
This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, KTFM Floresville, your home for the Blitz with Jason and Joe on YouTube and always at sasportsstar.com. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, the Washington Commanders may be changing their name. Of course, new owner Josh Harris, who also owns the New Jersey Devils and the Philadelphia 76ers, says that that could very well happen. Could be a name change. Stay tuned. We've got some signings taking place ahead of training camps. Giants are signing former Cowboys wide receiver Cole Beasley, and a back has been signed. That's news. Melvin Gordon to the Ravens.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7. San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is Friday. It is the Blitz, and we're so happy to have you along on this Friday afternoon. Welcome to the weekend, everybody. You made it. You done good. I'm Joe Reinagel. Jason Minix, he has the day off, headed up to Phoenix to see a concert, something he never does, so we're going to give him the time off. Actually, I got to give him props. The guy saved me a marathon day because, I'm not the marathon man that James Pledger is, but I was going to fill in for Rob this morning. Told Rob I would do that, but Jason came to the rescue and says, look, if I can take it and do it from home, my plane doesn't leave until later, I can do the show and everything will be fine. So I got to give him credit. I can't make too much fun of him. But he's going to see Disturbed in Phoenix for his anniversary. 28 years he and Joanna have been married. She's a saint, by the way. So that's what they're doing for their anniversary. Headed up there to see Disturbed. Now, their song Pledge is, what is it? In with the Sickness or?
Down with the Sickness.
Down with the Sickness. That they have anything else? I mean, or is that pretty
Sounds
much it?
of Silence. They redid Simon Garfunkel's Sounds of Silence.
Oh, they did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I think they have a San Antonio guy as a member of their group. I think Jason might know him, or I don't know. Anyway, that's what they're doing.
Jason knows everybody.
Well, he does. That song's pretty good, though, Down with the Sickness. That was in a movie, a zombie movie, I think, at one time. That was like the theme song for one of the zombie movies, which I'm a big fan of, by the way. I like zombie movies. Speaking of zombies, Greg Shelton just walked into James Pledger's office in there.
Victor Wabamama.
So, and he's looking as friendly as ever, I'll tell you. Always good to see Greg Shelton, our crack engineer. Oh, Shelton. Hey, it is National Junk Food Day today. I don't know, who makes up all these things or who does that? That's a great question. Who makes up all these national days of whatever? Is that just somebody that throws that out on the social medias and says, hey, I feel like it's National whatever day? I'm not sure. I mean, that's not like Congress is making national days of whatever. But apparently, according to somebody, it's National Junk Food Day. What is your favorite junk food? What do you like to indulge in? Somebody a minute ago on their text lines pledge said a nice whiskey sour. I guess that would apply. Certainly. 656-3776, 656-ESPN on our YouTube channel. Please subscribe to that if you're watching at home. Thank you very much, or wherever you're watching from. Or you can get me on Twitter at Joe Reinagle 210, or tweet the station, SA Sports Star, or at SA Sports Star. And then you got Pledge over here too, at I Am Pledger. You can tweet at him as well. And, follow us too if you're not doing that, because it's important for us. We get graded on all that kind of stuff. So follow us, and we would certainly appreciate it. And we certainly appreciate all of you being here on this Friday afternoon. But you know what we normally do at 3 o'clock? This
is Jason and Joe's Headline Blitz. Two guys, two opinions, never enough time.
Never enough time. Adam Schefter just sent out a tweet just now, says that number 1 overall pick Bryce Young and the Panthers have reached agreement on a 4-year, fully guaranteed $37.9 million contract. So Bryce Young and the Panthers have reached an agreement. I know there's some parameters there when it comes to first-round picks and rookie contracts, but that's not bad. 4 years, almost $40 million, so just about $10 million a year for the young quarterback. Going to be fun to watch him play. But that's a Shefty tweet, and it just came down just a few minutes ago. Hey, Washington Commanders were sold yesterday. Dan Snyder no longer owns that team. It is Phil Harris, or what's his name? Is it Phil?
Josh.
Josh Harris. Who's Phil Harris? Isn't he like a singer or something?
That's Phil Collins.
I'm so confused. Anyway, have a new owner. All right, and Magic Johnson is part of that group. He's, because they had to come up with $6 billion. So they needed a lot of people to kind of throw in some cash. So Magic Johnson's one of those. He said yesterday, in fact, that the possibility exists, and it's a good possibility, that Washington will change the Commanders' name. So obviously, they caught a lot of flack from somebody that the Redskins was not good. Changed it to the Washington football team while they had a contest to figure out what they were going to call them. Then they come up with the lame name of Commanders. So it's going to change. What would you want it to be? I know there's one or two of you out there that are Washington football team fans. What would you like? Would you like it to go back to Redskins? I don't think that's going to happen. I just think in the day and time that we live in, that's not going to happen. But I find it interesting that they're going to change the name. David on our text line says Washington can use Redskins only if their mascot is a weenie. The hell does that mean? I love you guys. I really do. You guys out there are so creative.
Well, they've got a hog mascot right now, like Commander Hog or Major.
Well, they've always kind of had the Hogs, right? Remember back in the day, the Redskins offensive line was called the Hogs. Maybe, I don't know. That doesn't actually, the Washington Hogs, that doesn't exactly sound all that great. But
Major Tutty. That's his name.
Major Tutty, yes. But they're going to change the name. I know that they had some other ones that they were talking about at one time, and now that's the one that kind of his hands kind of look like something that well, we can't say on the radio. But yeah, he's a goofy looking mascot. That is for sure. Pledge has got the pictures pulled up over here, and I'm looking at Major Tutty, and I don't know who came up with that because it's an evil looking hog. I mean, it's really kind of evil looking and creepy. So they're going to change it, and I'd like to see something. I don't know, a little. I guess I get where Commanders came from. You're talking about a military town, and I understand that, but it just I don't know. I think they can come up with something a little bit better than that. So I'll look forward to that, and I'm all for that. By the way, let's do it. Let's change that name and get something. Just give it to the fans. And I think part of this was from the fans, but give it to the fans again. Let them come up with something that goodness knows the fans need something to do, something positive. And I know they were all happy because after the announcement was made last night, the new owner, Josh Harris, bought beer for the fan base. There were 2 establishments that fans were celebrating this, and he paid for the beer the entire night. Now, I don't know about you guys, but if you're questioning an owner or a new ownership group, and then the guy throws down the card and says, drink all the beer you want, you kind of like, dude, you're all right. I like you. We are in good hands. But I thought that was kind of cool and a good move to make. And the good news for Washington, not that Cowboy fans want any good news for Washington, but the good news for them is the fact that the New Jersey Devils and the Philadelphia 76ers are owned by this guy. So he knows what he's doing when it comes to ownership groups. Leon Rodriguez says the Washington furloughs. I like his picture, though. It's a cannon. Come on with the names. Bring it. I'd like to hear serious. I don't know, Washington furloughs, or you can be funny. I don't really care. It's Friday. But I kind of like that. I thought that was a pretty classy move, by the way, to buy the beer for the fans, to let them have a good time, enjoy that, because a lot of fans didn't want Dan Snyder. They wanted him out. Everybody wanted him out. Even Jerry Jones said it was a great day for the NFL. And so little Danny Snyder is no longer. Josh Harris is the new owner with an ownership group. He buys beer for the fans, so everybody in Washington is happy. And we've been talking a lot about the running back position and the lack of respect for said running backs, because there's a bunch of them out there that are just being left hanging. Saquon Barkley one, Josh Jacobs the other. On our text line, 2231 says a Washington Pigskins, and I'm I don't think that would fly, but okay. Good news for the running back position. A running back has been signed to a contract. Melvin Gordon has been signed by the Baltimore Ravens. It's a 1-year deal, $3 million, a little over $3 million. I think that's good news. I think certainly for a guy like Dalvin Cook or Zeke Elliott, the fact that some of these teams, as they're heading into training camp, are signing running backs. Now, I don't know, that doesn't really help Jacobs and Barkley, but these guys that are free agents and floating around out there, I think it certainly helps them out tremendously. The fact that at least they're looking, and Melvin Gordon was a guy that wasn't even really on the radar, or not on my radar. I mean, I knew he was out there, but he wasn't one of the guys that first came to mind, or a guy you would think about right away. But the Baltimore Ravens thought about him. He was once a great back, and they're hoping he can rework some of that magic. We'll see. But he is now a member of the Baltimore Ravens, 1-year deal, $3.1 million. Again, I think that's good news. Let's go to the phone lines, 656-3776, 656-ESPN. Gary, you've got a name for the Washington whatevers. Welcome to the Blitz.
At first, I was going to say the Washington Devils, but I think somebody else already got that name. So I decided, how about the Washington Renegades?
All right. Oh, I like that better than the Commanders or the Pigskins. It's going to be fun to watch, Gary. I appreciate you calling in. All right. So the Renegades. All right. John Delgado says the Washington Masons. I get that, I think. But I don't know, man. It's hard for me, and I still slip sometimes, especially if I'm reading really quickly, and say Redskins. I mean, that was the name for so long that it's going to take some time to get used to anything. Now, the Commanders, I don't know that I ever got used to it. Now I guess we don't have to, because it really seems like they're going to do this and pull the trigger and get it done and change the name one more time. So stay tuned for that. But we'll certainly be talking a lot more about Washington and what they're going to do. I just thought that was a classy move. What do we got, Pledge? The Washington Snyders? Yeah, I'm sure they'd go for that, Miguel. They just got rid of that dude. The Washington Wembanyamas, according to Tiff.
I think he says the Washington Wamba Mamas.
The Washington what?
The Washington Wamba Mamas.
Yeah, the what?
Victor Wamba Mama.
Wamba Mamas? Tiff, don't egg him on, all right? Don't egg him on.
Victor Wamba Mama.
There it is again, right? We'll see what the name is, and really we don't care what happens to Washington. Although it's good for the National Football League when the NFC East is relevant. All four of those teams. We saw that last year when 3 of the 4 were pretty good. So it's a big deal, and I know that everybody is happy about it. So keep sending in your names. Keep sending in your junk food ideas. What do we got here? Washington Hogs, go all 80s. That's according to Wookie. I get that. Washington Chicharrones. Washington stimulus package. We got some imaginations going on out there. That's for sure. So keep them coming. I like that. I really do. And when we come back, Brandin Cooks is talking. The Cowboys' brand new wide receiver, and he is talking about the new offense. He's also talking about the wide receiver pool for the Dallas Cowboys. And Ryan Clark of ESPN is talking about that Dallas defense and what he thinks about it. I want to listen to him, and then we'll debate. We'll do that because that's what we're good at right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's R&R in the morning.
Monday on R&R in the morning, we are 1 week away from Oxnard, California, and Dallas Cowboys training camp. But will Zac Martin be a part of it? Plus, Rob Thompson's back. We'll find out exactly what he's looking forward to most about his time in Oxnard. That's all coming up Monday on R&R in the morning. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
If you're a man and you live in San Antonio or the surrounding areas, you say, are you having issues rising to the occasion? Do you constantly worry about whether or not you can perform? Have you completely stopped having adult time? Is it something you just don't talk about? Guys, we have a solution. Mojo, the 100% guaranteed male enhancement pill that's fast, effective, and was designed to reignite passion, performance, and confidence in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Be ready at a moment's notice with the Mojo Male Enhancement Pill from Pure Line Nutrition. And for those of you who have used Mojo, check out Mojo Enduramax.
Touchdown!
A new formula that improves the potency and effectiveness of Mojo. Get fast results, last longer, and be the man she'll never forget. Mojo and Mojo Enduramax. 100% natural male enhancement formulas only available at Pure Line Nutrition. Call now, 210-494-2210. That's 210-494-2210. Or visit us online at thepureline.com.
The Golf Club of Texas has some of the best course conditions with the friendliest staff. The golf is great. They have a lighted driving range and practice area. While it feels like a country club, it's not a private club. It's open to the public, so bring the family into the 10 Cup Bar. It's the nicest sit-down restaurant in that area of SA, specializing in Texas food, wine, and spirits. For golf or dinner, go to Golf Club of Texas off Highway 90, online at golfclubtexas.com. The Golf Club of Texas, the friendliest golf course in Texas.
This week at Macy's, get 40 to 50% off amazing specials on everything they need for back to school. Find big savings on head-to-toe active gear and juniors outfits, even new backpacks and accessories from Kipling and more. Or take an extra 20% off more essentials with your coupon or Macy's card. Plus, Macy's Star Rewards members earn rewards on every purchase, except gift cards, services, and fees. Learn more at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This is it. The final days, the final hours of Diamonds Direct's Midsummer Store-Wide Savings Event. Time is running out on this incredible buying opportunity. You have until Saturday at 6 p.m. to shop in-store and get 20% savings on virtually everything. Exclusive trunk shows all weekend with world-renowned designers in-store. Save an extra 20% off rings, earrings, bracelets, bands, even engagement ring mountings. Don't miss this once-a-year store-wide event. Hurry, sale ends Saturday. Get all the details now at DiamondsDirect.com.
Known to be crazy, known to be wild. Mama had herself a little devilish child. Ain't no stranger to the troubles at my door. I've been at the wrong place at the wrong time, chasing all the wrong things most of my life, and every kind of loss that you can't find. But I got one thing right. Been the kind of guy.
I knew we had a country music selection in there. But don't be afraid, even when Minix is here, it doesn't matter. He's a closet country fan. No, he's not. I don't think he likes it at all. Hey, this is the Blitz, though. I'm Joe Reinagle. Jason Minix is off. That's why we've taken over. Country music everywhere. Pledge and I are running this show, and we're just going to be rebels today. It's Friday, after all. We've made it. Welcome to the weekend. That's what we are doing here. And we're talking Dallas Cowboys football, and why not? San Antonio Sports Star crew will be headed out to Oxnard, California. And I cannot wait for that, because this year, I know we say it all the time, right? Cowboy fans are famous for it. Like Cub fans, this is our year. This is the year where we're going to get it done. This is the year where we break through. But when you look at this team that's been assembled, you kind of start buying in. Defense looks pretty good. Added a nice piece there in Stephon Gilmore. Offense is coming around. Brandin Cooks has been added to that wide receiver core. Could have a great defense, could have a pretty good offense, depending on what Mike McCarthy does with that offense now that he's primarily calling the plays. What's it going to look like? That's what I'm excited to see and excited to talk about. And then, of course, you've got the drama as we head into camp with the whole Zac Martin situation, because that's a key piece to that offensive puzzle. He needs to be there, and if he's not there, that could be a big problem. And then, of course, the Cowboys have all kinds of other issues that are coming up with players that they need to sign. Will Dak Prescott get his extension? All of that kind of stuff, which means, look, if all of that stuff falls into place, the Cowboys are going to have a lot of pressure to perform this year and to get it done, because I don't know how much longer that window is going to be open. That's the thing. But Brandin Cooks was talking on a podcast, And he was asked about the offense and what to expect under Mike McCarthy. Obviously, Brandin Cooks is new to the Dallas Cowboys, but he says from what he's seen and been through this year in the offseason programs, it's going to be fast-paced.
I mean, obviously, we just had the spring, to get going. But, the biggest thing that I noticed is, it's fast-paced. Like, we want to get to the ball. Coach McCarthy talked about attack and not waiting and sitting back, but going out and attack. And that's what I've noticed, through our practices, through our throwing sessions, this offseason. So the faster, the better. And so I'm all for that.
All for that, fast-paced. I mean, that's why Brandin Cooks was brought in. He's a guy that can run, he can get over the top, and he likes that. He's going to be a big piece of that puzzle offensively. There's no question about it. Well, Brandon went on to be asked about the receiver corps, CD Lamb, Michael Gallup, and such, and he says he likes what he sees so far.
Man, that's a good point. I think just going into year 10, being able to have special receivers around me like CD, MG, and JT, not only from a production role that I'm expected, but also from a role to be able to lead. And so that's what I'm looking to bring, obviously. I just want to get back to winning, and however that looks, I'm willing to do.
Want to get back to winning. Now, Brandin Cooks has been on just about every team in the NFL, I think. He's been on a bunch of them. But this is a big deal for the Cowboys because they needed somebody on the other side of CD Lamb to kind of take that pressure off of CD. CD had a pretty good season last year. And I think the sky's the limit for this guy. I really do. I think he can become that number one guy and the star for the Cowboys. But it always helps, and I don't care how good you are, and you can name any wide receiver that has been a star, and it is a star now. Most of them have somebody on the other side that takes a little bit of heat off of you. CD Lamb now has Brandin Cooks. And Brandin Cooks is one of those reliable guys. Now, he mentioned Michael Gallup. He also mentioned Jalen Tolbert. And now whether he shows up this year or not remains to be seen because last year, his rookie year, he did not show up. Hopefully he will. And if he does, the Cowboys got a pretty impressive group of wide receivers. Tight end, obviously, is going to be an issue. Who's going to step up there? I think it's going to be Jake Ferguson, and I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think this guy steps right in and becomes their primary tight end, and he's going to have a hell of a year. You wait and see. We talk about the offense and how special that can be. Again, that's a big question heading into camp. How's it going to look under Mike McCarthy? The defense was pretty good already last year, and they added Stephon Gilmore. So now they've got Gilmore and Trayvon Diggs on the corners. They've got some guys that played well last year at safety. They've got, if there's any question, it might be that linebacker core. I don't know, depending on what they do with Micah Parsons. But Parsons, he's primarily, I think, going to be a rushing the passer guy. Mozzie Smith, the draft pick out of Michigan, supposed to help clog up the issue that the Cowboys had. And that was holding teams from running the football. They gave up a lot of rushing yards last year. So Mozzie Smith is supposed to be a little bit of a Band-Aid for that situation. We'll see how that works out. Well, Ryan Clark of ESPN was asked about the Cowboys defense. And he says he thinks that Cowboys defense could actually be the best.
You know what? I'm a football player, so I will say this first off. We got to see them play a game. But sitting right here, right before training camp starts, I believe they have a chance to be the best defense in the entire NFL. And I don't believe there's an argument that can be put up for that. When you look at Micah Parsons now making that full transition, training the entire offseason simply to rush the passer, imagine how much better he can be that now he's not trying to play two positions each and every week. Mina talked to you about the depth that they now have in the secondary when last year, you know what it was? Hey, throw it away from 7. If we throw it away from 7, we are at least safe. But Deron Bland showed you down toward the end of the season that he can be a factor at the nickel position. And you had a former defensive player of the year. Dan Quinn has been sensational as the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. So much so, people speak of him being the head coach at some point. That's why Mike McCarthy's seat gets hotter and hotter and hotter. And Joe Witt Schmidt, the pass game coordinator, whether it's blitzes, 2-minute, third down, always seems to be able to find pressure and capitalize by getting the ball back to the offense. I love what this defense is. I love going out and getting Mozzie Smith early in the draft. This team can definitely be the best defense in the entire league, and maybe that's more important than Dak Prescott not throwing 10 interceptions.
Well, don't they go hand in hand, though, Ryan? I mean, if I don't care how good your defense is, if the offense is giving them the football, the other team the football, inside your territory, I don't care how good your defense is, typically that team is going to score. Dak Prescott has got to take care of the football. Tony Pollard has got to take care of the football. CeeDee Lamb has got to take care of the football. You start turning the football over, it doesn't matter how good your defense is. It just doesn't. So those guys have got to cooperate. The offense has got to help the defense, and that is something that is so different for the Cowboys. So different. Because all those years under Tony Romo and even Dak Prescott in the first few years of his career, that offense was good. The Cowboys have always had a pretty good offense, at least for the last several years. But it was the defense that kept giving things up. Now it's the defense wanting the offense to help them out. And even Mike McCarthy says as much. That's why he wants to run the football a little bit more, to keep his defense off the field, let them rest, let them be fresh, and let them be in the ball game. But you can't throw 15 interceptions, Dak Prescott. I don't care whose fault it is, whether it's receiver's fault or not. Doesn't matter. You can't do it. Dak says he's 10. He won't throw 10. At least that's allegedly what he said. There's a disparity there on exactly what he said and what he didn't say. But I know that he said he doesn't expect to throw 15 interceptions again this year. Well, I hope not. Because if they can work hand in hand, the NFC is wide open. I disagree with Ryan Clark, though, on the number one defense. Until somebody knocks off that San Francisco 49ers defense, then they are number one in the NFC, bar none. They've got an issue at quarterback, and the Cowboys have an issue with them because the Niners are the Cowboys' boogeyman. And until they get past the Niners, well, obviously they're never going to get anywhere. That's the biggest roadblock, is getting past them. Plus, they've got to get past those Philadelphia Eagles in their own division. They're going to be a good football team again. The Giants, well, they're kind of a mess right now with the Saquon Barkley thing. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to do anything without that guy. That remains to be seen. And then Washington, well, they're Washington. They got a young quarterback in Sam Howell. So it remains to be seen. And I say all of this because the teams that I just mentioned in San Francisco and Philadelphia, maybe you can throw Seattle in the mix because they're supposed to have a pretty good squad too. Other than that, the NFC is wide open, and Dallas's window is wide open right now. Are they going to take advantage of it? That's the thing. Because they haven't done that for almost 30 years. 30 years. This is their opportunity. That's why I say that they've got to get it done, and it looks like they've put the pieces in place to get the job done. Obviously, things happening injury-wise and that kind of stuff. But look, the Cowboys, if they've ever had a shot, have got a shot now, and they need to take advantage of it. Let's see if they can get that done. In order to get it done, it's got to be Dak Prescott. The Madden quarterback rankings are out, and I cannot, for the life of me, believe where Dak Prescott is. We'll talk about that. We'll debate it as the Blitz continues right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Car wrecks can wreck your life. They can leave you with medical bills, lost wages. Most importantly, they can leave you with lasting pain. That's why you should call Hilly and Solis. Hey, guys, it's Rudy J, and I'm here to tell you about Hilly and Solis. They're former prosecutors that know how to fight and know how to win. They're going to listen to your story and guide you through the legal process. They want to get you all the compensation you deserve. Insurance companies have their own interests in mind, so you have to keep that in mind. And their goal is to settle that claim as fast as possible for as little money as possible, but you deserve more, and Hilly and Solis understands that. Compensation for your injuries, your medical bills, lost wages, and pain and suffering. It's so important, though, that you act quickly after the car wreck. Evidence disappears, memories fade, and statutes of limitations may apply. So call them right now for your free, no obligation consultation right now. 210-762-6261. That's 210-762-61. 210-762-6261.
Principal office in San Antonio, Texas. Message brought to you by a non-attorney spokesperson.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you, with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now at Wendy's, when you buy either a Dave's Single, Spicy Chicken Sandwich, Medium Frosty, or 10-piece nuggets, you can get another for just $1. Your dollar never tasted so good. So it's obvious what everyone will get, right?
Definitely nugs
Spicy
and
chicken
a frosty.
sandwich,
Dave's single and a frosty for me.
and a Frosty. Okay, who said Frosty and a Frosty? Pick your obvious choice. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's, buy one, get one for $1.
Limited time only. Price of participation may vary. U.S. Wendy's, valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with a combo or any other offer.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Now streaming on Hulu.
He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast, Betrayal.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a
Hulu.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, buy a 5-quart jug and get a free STP Extended Life Oil Filter. That's right, free. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need, when you need them, at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
All guests appearing on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star appear on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Buyers Barricades provides traffic control rental and sales for San Antonio and beyond. Online at buyersbarricades.com. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Well, he's right about one thing. This is The Blitz. Jason Minix is not here. I'm Joe Reinagel. Happy to be with you on this Friday afternoon. Happy to be talking sports and other things. It is National Junk Food Day. What's your favorite junk food? I know a lot of you have established that. And I got to ask you, Pledge, did I sound mad in that last segment? 9666 on our text line. Jimmy210 says, Ryan Clark ain't lying. Why Joe mad? I'm not mad. I'm just speaking facts. But he says I sound mad. Well, I don't mean to sound mad and all grizzly and grumpy and all that kind of stuff. But when I talk about the Cowboys and how special that defense can be, the offense can't screw it up. And that starts with number 4, Dak Prescott. Can't throw 15 interceptions this year. Well, I think people are expecting a little bit more out of Dak. And look, when we talk about Dak Prescott, it's been all over ESPN today. Mina Kimes is talking about him, how he needs to be more mobile. And that when he does that, he's a more effective quarterback. And to some extent, you're right. I think early in his career, he did that quite a bit. But I think when you get paid $40 million a year and you've had a few injuries, I think that kind of hinders you and you don't do that as much as you once did. Maybe he gets back to that. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe that's going to be part of Mike McCarthy's new offense. I don't know. But everybody's talking about the John Madden ratings or rankings or whatever the case may be. And the quarterbacks came out today in the John Madden rankings. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is number 1. He's got a 99 overall. And by the way, isn't that where Zac Martin was? 99 when it came to offensive linemen?
Mm-hmm.
He was at 9. So that's pretty good. I'm assuming nobody gets 100.
No.
Okay. So Patrick Mahomes gets a 99. Next on the list is Joe Burrow with the Cincinnati Bengals. He gets a 95. Josh Allen is 3rd with a 94. And then it tails off a little bit. Lamar Jackson, number 4 at 91. Now, look, and you guys got to help me out with this because when it comes to Madden, I'm not all that up on Madden. I don't play Madden, although my nephews like it. They play. We'll sometimes play at Thanksgiving, and they'll kick my butt because I don't know what I'm doing. But obviously this to everybody is a pretty big deal. Jalen Hurts is 5th on this list at number 88. And then to my surprise comes number 4 with the Dallas Cowboys at number 6 with a overall rating of 87. Dak Prescott. Does that, all you guys that play Madden, does that surprise you? You play Madden, Pledge, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that doesn't surprise you at all that Dak's at number 6 ahead of guys like Justin Herbert and Aaron Rodgers?
No.
No, well, explain it to me because I don't understand.
Well, you take into account last season because this is purely based on last season and where you rank going into this season.
All right.
Aaron Rodgers have a good year last year?
No, not necessarily.
Justin Herbert?
Off the top of my head, I don't know what his stats were last season. None of the team overall didn't have a great year.
Great.
Okay.
I mean, Justin Herbert gets a lot of love in the media because he looks big arm. He has all these things, but he's really never put it together in a season.
Okay. How about Trevor Lawrence ahead of or behind Dak Prescott? His team had a pretty good year.
They did, and he had a pretty good year.
So he's behind him. Geno Smith had a pretty good year. He's behind Dak. And I don't know how they get some of these things. Like Kyler Murray is number 14. Now, Kyler Murray may be a pretty good Madden player because, I mean, on Madden, at least you can make him study and, make him do things that he's doing for his real team. But I just have I just don't know. Look, and I know everybody thinks I'm a Dak hater. I'm not a Dak hater. I like Dak Prescott. Good guy. Yada, yada, yada. We'll go in and out. But he's not getting it done when it counts. 2 12-win seasons, I get it. And if that's good enough for you Cowboy fans, great. You're very happy with Dak Prescott as your quarterback. I would rather see them win some playoff games. Yes, I know they won a playoff game last year against Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay, probably the weakest team in the playoffs last year. Wouldn't you say? or certainly one of them. I know it's not an excuse. You play who's in front of you. I get it. They did, and they won. Props to them. But then they couldn't beat the boogeyman. San Francisco. Couldn't get past San Francisco. And a big part of that were 2 interceptions from Dak Prescott. So I don't know. What do you guys think? 656-3776, 656-ESPN. You can get me on Twitter at Joe Reinagle 210, or if you're watching on YouTube, thank you very much for that. You can comment there as well. Let's go to the phone lines right now because Bo is on the phone lines, and he wants to talk a little Madden. Hey, Bo, what's going on? Welcome to the Blitz.
What's going on, Mr. White Belt? How you doing, my man?
From the Golf Club of Texas. What do we owe the honor?
How you doing, my man?
I'm doing great, Bo. How are you?
I am great. I just want to make a quick comment. The rating on Dak when it comes to Madden, I mean, that's accurate. I mean, it's nothing to sniff about. When I'm looking at a team to play with, I want a quarterback at 85 or above. From what Dak has, his tools, from what I've seen, what he can do, I mean, that seems good. That seems accurate.
So it seems accurate. So can you run Dak? He doesn't get injured when you run him?
So when you play Madden, I always turn off the injury feature. So that way, then I could play with the Cowboys. So then I wouldn't run the risk of him getting injured.
Well, I wish the Cowboys could do that in real life, Bo.
Right? Yeah. And so one other thing I wanted to say. So, Pledge is coming to our fantasy draft. If this guy plays Madden, I'm bringing my Xbox, and me and him are going to have an epic Madden match, and I'm just going to destroy him.
Well, that's good. Somebody needs to bring him down. By the way, Bo, just while we're here and talking, Jason and I were talking. We missed the invite to the fantasy league. I don't know what happened.
This is why I didn't want to call in. So it was just because I've heard. To be honest, I hadn't heard you and Minnick talk about playing football, but I have heard of how awesome Pledge is. So I wanted to bring some competition into my league, and I apologize. I didn't know you were good. I didn't even know he was in like 20 leagues, and he's only good in 2.
Well,
so that's great for me.
That was the consensus that Jason and I had. You didn't want any real competition, so you called Pledge.
I apologize, sir. I'm sorry.
No apology necessary. Thanks, man. I'd rather be out at your place right now playing golf.
I'm sorry. How'd y'all do in the SA Sports Star League? What was that?
You see that?
One of us won, and the rest of y'all are all looking up at me.
Yeah, whatever.
Look at that. Wow, look at that. Good talking to you, buddy.
Hey, thanks, Bo. Appreciate the phone call. All right. 656-3776, 656-ESPN. Let's go back to the phone lines. Dwayne wants to talk a little Dak Madden rating. Welcome to the Blitz, Dwayne. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on? How y'all doing? Look, I understand that Dak has struggled against the 49ers back-to-back years, but y'all act like he's the only one that lost playoff games. The Buccaneers being the worst team in the playoffs, I would say it was the Vikings. But that's just me. But to be honest, look, Dak is a top 10 quarterback, hands down. The experts agree. I agree. I don't think it's a big a deal as everyone's making it. The 49ers were a team picked to go to the Super Bowl before the season started, and we lost to them. It happens.
It's happened for almost 30 years, Dwayne.
It's been 30 years for the 49ers.
Hey, Dwayne, I appreciate it, man. I like that. You call, you take up for your team. That's good. I still don't think Dak can get it done. I hope he proves me wrong because, as I like to say, when the Cowboys do well, it's good for business. I like it. It's been good for my business for a long time, TV and now radio, and it's good for business. And, hey, if we're going to the Super Bowl, and we are, it's in Vegas, I would love nothing more than to have number 4 and the Dallas Cowboys representing the NFC. So I'll be pulling for them. I'll be, kissing Jerry's behind next week when we go up to Oxnard saying, hey, you did good, and let's get this done. And because I like Jerry Jones.
Weren't the 49ers in a Super Bowl a couple years ago?
Probably.
Didn't Patrick Mahomes get his first Super Bowl ring against them?
Yeah, that's true. They did make it there, didn't they? How about that? And depending on what happens, they've still got a great offense, but they lost their best defensive player, and he happened to be a coach in D'Amico Ryan. So we'll see how that affects them. Again, the NFC is wide open. It is wide open. So the Cowboys have a golden opportunity to get things done. But I'm sorry, Dwayne. They got to get over that boogeyman, my friend. And that right now just happens to be the San Francisco 49ers. You know, the other boogeyman that the Cowboys have is a guy by the name of Aaron Rodgers. I don't know what it is, but Aaron Rodgers seems to do very well against the Dallas Cowboys. And he's going to get another opportunity to do well against the Dallas Cowboys with the New York Jets. I think they play in week 2. Something like that there in Jerry World. Going to be interesting. Well, Aaron Rodgers is almost 40 years old, and he's philosophizing, philosophical, something like that. We'll hear from the great Aaron Rodgers, the almighty, powerful Aaron Rodgers, when we return on this Friday afternoon right here on The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's R&R in the morning.
Monday on R&R in the morning. We are 1 week away from Oxnard, California, and Dallas Cowboys training camp. But will Zac Martin be a part of it? Plus, Rob Thompson's back. We'll find out exactly what he's looking forward to most about his time in Oxnard. That's all coming up Monday on R&R in the morning. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Get ready, MMA fight fans. Coming live Friday, August 4th to the Boeing Center at Techport. It's the Professional Fighters League. The PFL playoffs are here. Bubba Badman Jenkins battles the hard-hitting Jesus Pinedo in the main event. The loser goes home. The winner moves on to fight for $1 million. Tickets at PFLMMA.com. Be there August 4th. The Boeing Center at Techport. The PFL playoffs are here.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges on your tax debt daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you will owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima Tax have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-970-3199. That's 800-970-3199. 800-970-3199.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Golfers, swing into Edwin Watts Golf Shops. We've been serving golfers since 1968. Let us help you find the hottest gear from bags, balls, shoes, and apparel, all in stock at the best prices. Come in and test drive the latest arrivals from Titleist, TaylorMade, Callaway, Ping, and more. While you're there, get custom fit by one of our golf experts. Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Shop in store or online at .com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Life moves fast. No one has time for a car, truck wreck, or commercial vehicle accident. At Davis Law Firm, we get it. When you call the force, you don't have to worry about insulting offers from insurance adjusters, property damage, or car rental. With over 25 years experience, we have secured important verdicts and settlements, some in the millions of dollars. I'm Jeff Davis. If you were in a car, truck wreck, or hit by a commercial vehicle, call me at 444-4444. You got it. There's only one number to remember. 4. Attorney consultation by appointment only. Davis Law Firm, San Antonio. Davis Law Firm is a proud official partner, personal injury attorney of the San Antonio Spurs.
This is it. The final days, the final hours of Diamonds Direct's Midsummer Store-Wide Savings Event. Time is running out on this incredible buying opportunity. You have until Saturday at 6 p.m. to shop in-store and get 20% savings on virtually everything. Exclusive trunk shows all weekend with world-renowned designers in-store. Save an extra 20% off rings, earrings, bracelets, bands, even engagement ring mountings. Don't miss this once-a-year store-wide event. Hurry, sale ends Saturday. Get all the details now at diamondsdirect.com.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
Hold up, you're using Swiffer Power Mop? What would Mom say?
Oh, she'd be like, a mopping bucket is the only way to deep clean your floors. And I'd be like, Mom, this is the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one that gets you a mop and bucket clean in half the time.
She'd never believe you.
I'd say, look, the solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket. And the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get into grout lines. That's why you're the smart one.
Really?
What? Mom said it.
The new Swiffer Power Mop. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Right now at Wendy's, when you buy either Dave's Single, Spicy Chicken Sandwich, Medium Frosty, or 10-piece nuggets, you can get another for just $1. Your dollar never tasted so good. So it's obvious what everyone will get, right?
Definitely nugs
Spicy
and
chicken
a Frosty.
sandwich,
Dave's single and a Frosty for me.
and a Frosty.
Okay, who said Frosty and a Frosty? Pick your obvious choice. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's, buy one, get one for $1.
Limited time only. Price of participation may vary. U.S. Wendy's valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined in a combo or any other offer.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star welcomes the future.
And so when someone says bulk up.
Why? What for? You should tell all this to skinny up.
We ain't feeling no pain. It goes like 1 margarita, 2 margarita, 3 margarita shot. Don't worry about tomorrow. Leave all your sorrow out here on the floating dock. When that sun lays down, we'll be on our way.
Yeehaw! We're taking over. Little country music action on this Friday afternoon. Hope everybody's having a great Friday afternoon. Dwayne called in a minute ago, and I appreciate the call, Dwayne, but our crack research staff has proven you wrong. San Francisco has actually been very successful, a hell of a lot more than the Cowboys over the last 30 years. So it is what it is. And again, I hope the Cowboys do very well this year for all the reasons that I explained earlier. One guy they've got to get past, though, is Aaron Rodgers. I don't know what it is. Even what it was last year. Green Bay sucked, but they beat the Dallas Cowboys. And I don't know what it is about Aaron Rodgers and the Dallas Cowboys. It's just he has very good success, and he'll have another opportunity. Well, obviously, as everybody knows, Aaron Rodgers is with a new team now. He's with the New York Jets. And before he made that decision, he went down in his hole, in his dark cave for a couple of days and thought about things. And when he came out, and I guess he saw a shadow, and, well, he decided he wasn't going to retire. So that's what happens. But Aaron Rodgers was and he's meeting with the New York media now. And of course, in New York right now, I mean, you know, it's a honeymoon period. It might not be that way after, say, week 6 with the New York Jets. They may turn on him depending on how he plays and how the Jets are doing. But Aaron was talking to the New York media, and he was asked a bunch of questions. But he's about to turn 40 years old, and he doesn't say he's not the same guy as he was before, at least according to Aaron Rodgers. He says he's grown a lot over the years.
I feel like I've grown a lot over the years. Now, some of that is my medicine journeys that I've talked about, but the other is perspective. As you get older, you see things a little bit clearer, I think. Hindsight is 20/20. Try and rectify some of the things that you did a certain way that you feel like you could have done better. I think it's always important to have patience in shorts and helmets, have patience the first few days of camp. Sometimes the patience can wear thin if it's repeat mistakes, but we're just building this thing right now. We want to build it the right way. And yeah, I would say maybe earlier in my career, I was a little more easily angered, and I feel like I'm a little less triggered as I've gotten older.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see, because I remember a time, and this was not that long ago, and I think most people will say Davante Adams is probably, if not the best, one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. When he first got into the league, do you remember how frustrated Aaron Rodgers was with this guy? Because his rookie year, he couldn't catch anything. And this guy couldn't catch nothing. And Aaron Rodgers got so upset with him and just undressed him time after time after time. So we'll see when the young wide receivers from the New York Jets, who are pretty good, by the way, when they don't do something right, we'll see how unangered Mr. Rodgers is. One thing going to the Jets, though, a lot of folks, he almost retired this year. He's going to be 40 years old. How long is he going to play? The Jets may only have him 1 year. I mean, that is certainly a possibility, although Aaron tried to dispel that whole 1 year thing.
The Jets gave up a lot for me. So, to just play 1 year, I think would be a disservice. Now, if that 1 year turns out to be a magical year, who knows? But it's more than that. It's how my body feels. And I've made some changes this offseason with some training and diet. Haven't eaten a lot of bananas or fruit in a while or anything processed. I've been kind of just sticking to a lot of protein and fats, and body feels good, joints feel good. Changed up some training regimen stuff with my incredible trainers out west and in Austin, and body feels really, really good. I feel like I'm in a good spot. As you get older, it's sometimes you wake up in the morning, you're thinking, man, why does this hurt? Why does my knee hurt? Why does my shoulder hurt? But the last couple months, my body's been feeling really good. Now, talk to me in 3-4 months. We'll see how it feels. But the way I feel now, I think I could play a number of years.
It's going to be interesting to see. Did you hear him, though? And it leads you to believe that if the Jets somehow, some way get to the Super Bowl and win it, then Aaron says that may be the end of it. And that'd be a perfect thing. And I wish Tom Brady would have done that. When the Bucs won the Super Bowl, that would have been the perfect time to ride off into the sunset. So you hate to see guys stick around the party too long. I'm not sure Aaron will do that, but it's going to be interesting to watch the Jets. And, of course, Cowboy fan, you're going to be able to see that up close and personal I believe it's week 2, is it not? Which may be good for the Cowboys because, all the Aaron Rodgers and the Jets might not quite be on the same page yet. But that would be a big step for the Cowboys to get over Aaron Rodgers. If they get over Aaron Rodgers, well, then they can get over the San Francisco 49ers, right? One step at a time. That's all it takes, and that's what we're talking about today. It's a positive Friday here on San Antonio Sports Star. We're going to talk about a new arena for the Spurs, and maybe they need to go north to get an idea of how to get it done here in San Antonio. We'll talk about it when the Blitz continues here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Your home for the Cowboys.
Prescott all the way, runs it in for the touchdown.
This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, KTFM Floresville. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, some signings as training camp's about to get underway. The New York Giants today signed former Cowboys wide receiver Cole Beasley. An NFL running back has actually been signed to a deal. The Baltimore Ravens have inked Melvin Gordon to a one-year deal. $3 million+ for that one-year deal. Texas Rangers red hot. They're 6-0 since the All-Star break. They returned to open up a series with the Dodgers after a day off, a game you can hear right here on San Antonio Sports Star.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. We made it. We are here. And if you're already off work and getting ready for the weekend, props to you. Congratulations. I'm happy for you. Pop a top and get things going a little early on this Friday afternoon. If not, if you got a little time left to go, that's all right. So do Pledge and I, because James Pledger is running things, the marathon man. He's full of chicken strips or chicken tenders, I guess. He would Rob Thompson added a chicken tender eating contest today. So what happened out there today, Pledge?
Well, we're at the Refuel, brand new, out there on 8288 Tally Road.
Now, is that like a gas station kind of restaurant? Okay.
But they've got fantastic food as well, so it's the perfect place to refill your tank and yourself.
I got you. So it was there were 5 contestants out there, and I mean those strips that you brought in, because the Pledge was nice enough to bring in some chicken tenders from the Refuel. They were big and thick.
They were absolutely massive.
Yes, they're big. So who the winner? How many strips?
About 6 or 7.
6 or 7
in 5 minutes.
Wow. Now see, that's tough. I mean, that's different than like a hot dog, isn't it? I mean, because chicken tenders you got to chew for a while.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta probably chipmunk it a little. And as you're biting, continue to chew what you've got chipmunked and stored away. That's kind of the best way I would assume to go at it.
Now, you and Rob didn't participate in this contest?
No, we weren't allowed to.
Weren't allowed to do it, huh? Now, Rob might have won this thing.
He would not have.
You don't think so?
No.
I don't know. I've seen Rob eat.
Yeah, you've seen me eat too.
Well, I've seen you eat too. Yeah, and you're pretty quick. Did anybody puke?
No, we almost had a reversal.
A reversal.
But
I like saying puke. Anybody vomit?
And Rob was happy that they didn't, because apparently he will join you if you decide to lose your lunch.
A lot of people are that way. You see somebody else losing it, and you kind of get, oh, it's not good. It's not good. Well, it sounded like it was a lot of fun, and glad that you guys are out there. Glad that Rob's back, and we all are going to enjoy this weekend, because next weekend we're going to hop on a plane on Sunday, next Sunday, a week from this Sunday.
Sounds like y'all are going to enjoy next weekend.
Absolutely. The Sports Star guys, with the exception of Pledge and Edwin, you guys got to stay back here and run the ship. But we're headed out to Oxnard. Cowboys actually they report for training camp on Monday, this Monday. But they'll go through all that, the state of the Cowboys and all of that stuff. But their first day in pads is July 31st, which is a week from Monday. And so that's what we want to be there for. So we will be there. Our shows, R&R in the Morning will be broadcasting live out there. We'll also have RJ Ochoa, who will broadcast from noon to 2 Central Time. And then the Blitz, Jason and I will take over from there. But lots of interviews. We've already put in our requests. Obviously, we'll talk to Jerry Jones and Steven. Dak Prescott's on the list. Tony Pollard. A lot of guys. Micah Parsons we've asked for. So we'll have a lot of interviews, a lot of things that we're going to be talking about. And obviously the drama with Zac Martin, that's going to be interesting. And hopefully that gets cleared up. If not before camp, certainly shortly thereafter. Because the Cowboys need Zac Martin. We're going to talk a lot more about that coming up about 5:15 when John Machota joins us from The Athletic. He covers the Cowboys for The Athletic. So we'll talk a lot of Zac Martin with John when he joins us. He'll give us the latest and what's happening there on that front. Also coming up at 4:30, John Mcclain is going to join us. A lot of things happening. The Astros are being rumored to certainly be in the trade market before the trade deadline comes up here in August. And I want to see what he knows about that and what happens. So we'll talk to John Mcclain coming up here at 4:30. And Mattress Mac just gave $1 million to the University of Houston basketball team as part of the NIL deal. So we'll ask him about that as well and what that means and stuff. So again, John Mcclain at 4:30, John Machota at 5:15. So be sure and stay tuned for that, because a lot of good information coming out from both of those guys. That's for sure. All right. We talked about this a little bit earlier, and I know Pledge and Jason talked about it this morning, but it's an important thing to talk about, I think. And we're talking about the Spurs and a new arena downtown because the AT&T Center is starting to get long in the tooth, 20 years old. And I say that because, look, by the time everything is worked out, construction begins, all of that stuff, we're looking 5, 6, 7 years down the road. The lease for the AT&T Center and the Spurs runs out in 2032. So, you're getting pretty close to that. Now, I know there's going to be some pushback on this. There already has been from Judge Nelson Wolf, Judge Peter Sakai, all saying, look, we put a lot of money in this thing. It's only 20 years old. We don't need a new arena. Fact of the matter is, though, when you're talking about arenas for pro sports teams or stadiums for pro sports teams, they get old pretty quick, and 20 years old is getting long in the tooth. Well, we're not the only city looking at this. And again, when it comes to the city of San Antonio and the Spurs, this is like the starting line. There have been no plans made, no details leaked, other than the fact that that's something they're talking about. Well, Oklahoma City is a little bit ahead of San Antonio when it comes to this. And when they're looking at a new arena, because, well, their building is the same age as the AT&T Center. So they'd like to get something done. The arena they have now is downtown on their version of the Riverwalk, which is a very lame version of the Riverwalk. It has no comparison to what we have here in San Antonio. I'm telling you, I was very disappointed the first time I saw it. I was like, oh, a Riverwalk in Oklahoma City. I'm like, what is this? It's like a trickle. It's nothing more than a little trickle. It doesn't compare to San Antonio's Riverwalk, which is magnificent, by the way. But they're talking about a new arena now, and their mayor, who talked to the citizens or had a press conference yesterday, because he says he knows the economic impact that having a pro sports team does to any city.
Do you realize that when the Thunder arrived in 2008, we were the 31st largest city in the country, and now we are 20th just 15 years later? This is no coincidence. The evidence is right in front of us, and it extends to every aspect of life in Oklahoma City, much of which has nothing to do with basketball. But let's look first at the direct impact of having an NBA team. Obviously, when there is a Thunder game or a concert, our city is bustling. Districts that didn't even exist in 2008 are full of people eating at some of the best restaurants in the country. People are staying in over 20 downtown hotels. We had exactly one downtown hotel 25 years ago. Our reports peg the annual direct economic impact of NBA basketball at over $600 million and 3,000 jobs. And then tens of millions more are generated by the non-basketball concerts and events at the arena. Inside the arena on those nights, we are united in a way we never had been before.
United in a way that we've never been before. And it's true. And look, you can say all you want about the Spurs, about the Thunder, about any other pro sports team. It doesn't matter. It helps the city it's in financially. It just does. And there's no question about that. And anybody will tell you, you don't have to take my word for it. Ask one of the experts downtown that's in the tourism business and whatever the case may be. And especially when the Spurs are successful. When they're successful, as they were on their 5 championship run, and even the 6th one that they lost, I mean, this city got more publicity than they could have ever paid for. And the tourism business was through the roof. And now it's going to be the same thing with Victor Wembanyama. It already has been. San Antonio's getting the pub. It's getting the pub. So it's just a fact. Whether you like it or not, whether you think so or not, it's just a fact. It helps. Well, what I like about OKC, and when I talk about maybe San Antonio officials might want to talk to them or at least look into whatever it is that they're doing, because the mayor of Oklahoma City says they can fund this new arena without any taxpayer dollars.
Though an agreement remains to be finalized and much remains fluid, I can still share some important takeaways that we believe will hold true. We believe our new arena can be funded without raising tax rates above their current levels. We believe we can accomplish this vital project simply by paying the exact same sales tax rate we pay today. The public funding necessary to build the new arena will be supplemented by remaining MAPS 4 dollars that are already earmarked for the downtown arena, as I mentioned last year. And for the first time in city history, these public funding commitments will be joined by a significant financial contribution from the ownership of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Wow, that's interesting. So maybe that's how they're getting it done, because the Thunder are going to pitch in some cash as well. Now, again, I don't know what the Spurs' plans are or the missions, the ownership group there, and what the plans are. This is just in the infancy, right? I mean, we just found out we're pregnant. Okay, so it just started. All right, the journey's just beginning. So we got a long way to go, and plans need to be made and all of that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of work to be done, but it sounds like they have it right in Oklahoma City. So I hope that project that they're doing and how they're doing it might be of some interest to the powers that be here in San Antonio, because I just think I think that would be refreshing to not put any kind of sales tax, although as it's been done before here with the Alamo Dome, with the AT&T Center, residents of San Antonio, for the most part, didn't pay anything. It was all tourists. I mean, unless you go downtown, and I know some people do that. They have fun, or you're going to an event downtown and you want to hang out at one of the Marriotts or one of the hotels downtown. You want to spend the night and enjoy it. Well, then you're going to pay for it. But think about this. And I want you to really think about this. And people that are against this, I want you to think about it. When you go somewhere else, like Jason's in Phoenix tonight, staying at a hotel, when he gets his bill, whenever it is they check out, he's going to look on that bill, and it's going to have a room rate, and then it's going to have taxes. There's going to be a variety of them. Every city does this, and the tourists pay for it. So if it comes down to that, I don't have a problem with it at all, because I know the value of having a pro sports franchise here in San Antonio. And it's not just the stadiums and the arenas. It's all the other stuff that will go on down there. Most major cities have an entertainment type place, or I don't know, between Jerry World and Globe Life is Texas Live. Fantastic place. When we were there, Jason and I, not too long ago, after the game, hung out at Texas Live for a little bit, let the traffic clear out, and then boom, no problem grabbing an Uber and going home. So, look, it's just fun to go before, after, or even if you're not going to the game. You don't want to pay that much for a ticket. You don't want to go, can't afford it, whatever the case may be. You sit there with everybody else, have some dinner and a drink or two, and bam, you're watching the game. And it still feels like you're a part of what's going on. So it's just a lot of fun. And I think that's a big part of it as well. Hey, Mike is a little bit upset with me, I guess, or asking where I'm going. He says, Joe, Bricktown in OKC is a nice area. What part of town you going to? I agree. It's nice, it's clean and all of that, but they claim that's a river walk, and it's just a trickle, Mike. I don't know if you're from Oklahoma City or have just visited there. I'm not disparaging Oklahoma City. It's just not up to the standard of what we have here in San Antonio. And I'm biased because I love this city, but it's a nice place. It's not a bad place at all. I do like how they have the arena there. They've got their minor league ball park right there downtown. It's all very nice. So I haven't been to Oklahoma City in a long time. I will be honest with you. But when the Spurs were in the playoffs against then Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, when they were all a trio there with the Thunder, then we were there, and we were there 2 or 3 years in a row, I think. So, and that's my memory of it. So if it's changed, Mike, so be it. But then it was just a stream and not a river. Does that make sense, Pledge?
Are you saying it's just a trip? Are you suggesting that Oklahoma City's downtown Riverwalk needs Flomax?
Perhaps, yeah. Some kind of prostate stuff. Because it's just a trickle. That's all it is. Nice place, though. It really is. Hey, we welcome your comments on that and everything else. And Ryan, you have been on hold forever, my friend. And we were talking about the Washington football team name. And if you're not taking a nap by now, I want to bring you on. I apologize for keeping you on hold a lot of subjects. You got a name for the Washington football team?
Yeah, first of all, but as a Cowboys fan, I'm glad that the Redskins are being sold from Dan Snyder. As a Cowboys fan, I grew up calling them the Redskins my entire life. So I would probably go back to the Redskins, because if you look at it, some of the Native Americans said that they didn't have a problem as a team being called the Redskins, or I would either have the Redskins or the Red Tails as the name.
Redskins or the Red Tails? Okay, man. Hey, Ryan, thanks for hanging on so long. I wanted to get you on. I appreciate your patience. Poor Ryan was on hold for like an hour. I appreciate him. The good news about that, you can be on hold and still listen to the show. So that's good. Hopefully he was doing that. But look, I don't think the Redskins are coming back anytime soon. And if you're just joining us, there is a report already that the new ownership for the Washington Commanders is thinking about changing the name. Magic Johnson, a part of that group, and they're already suggesting that there's a name change coming for the Washington football team. So that's what Ryan was talking about there. So I appreciate him hanging on so long. Tim Hardaway Jr., remember him? Anybody heard of him? I don't know. Well, he wants to be heard. He wants to be relevant. And he's saying some really crazy stuff.
Victor Wamba Mama.
Including that, by the way. We'll hear from more of that, more of Tim Hardaway Jr., and we're going to disagree with that goofball when the Blitz continues right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. First, though, I want to tell you about my good friends at Stevens Roofing. You know, I've been talking about Stevens Roofing for a long time, and I'm happy to do so because, you know, it's a local company that does good work. And I know they do good work because they've been around forever, and they're not going anywhere. And when you look at this, normally you talk about a roof or you think about roof damage, you think about a hailstorm or windstorm or something like that. Well, you got to think about the sun. It has been brutally hot here in San Antonio. And that sun beats down on your roof day after day after day. That can cause some damage as well. You know, if you think you have some damage, or you're just thinking about it's time to get a new roof, you want to work with a local roofing company, you want them with years of experience, you want to work with a company whose people live in our area and deal with the same weather we do, you want to work with Stevens Roofing. They got a great saying. It's buy local, stay local, trust local with Stevens Roofing. You know, the pros of Stevens Roofing can repair and install all kinds of roofs. They even do commercial projects. And the best part about it is if you've got an insurance claim, let Stevens Roofing handle that. They'll talk to your insurance company, get all that stuff worked out, takes it right off your plate. You don't have to worry about it. Give them a call, 210-785-0994. They'll send somebody out. They'll check for any damage, and they'll give you an honest assessment. Whether it's a simple leak or an entire roof replacement, Stevens Roofing is your local roofer. They're here for you, rain or shine, and they're going to be here for years to come. You can get them online at stevensroofing.net. Don't forget, though, you want to buy local, stay local, trust local with Stevens Roofing. 210-785-0994.
It's R&R in the morning.
Monday on R&R in the morning, we are 1 week away from Oxnard, California and Dallas Cowboys training camp, but will Zac Martin be a part of it? Plus, Rob Thompson's back. We'll find out exactly what he's looking forward to most about his time in Oxnard. That's all coming up Monday on R&R in the morning. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Is it time for a new lawnmower? Visit our Crush the Summer sale at Bill's Tractor and Equipment. Bill's Tractor and Skag have teamed up to bring you incredible savings on residential and commercial mowers just in time for the summer season. Skag mowers are tougher than any job you could throw at them, tough and heavy. Skag is simply the best. 0% financing is available on select models with approved credit. Bill's Tractor has been helping Texans with their mower and equipment needs for over 35 years. Come by Bill's Tractor and test drive a new Skag mower or go to billstractor.com.
It can happen in an instant. A car accident can change your life forever. From serious injuries to mounting medical bills to battling insurance companies, accidents make life harder than it should be. If you've been in an accident, George Salinas Injury Lawyers are here for you. They're local, experienced, and ready to fight for results that make a difference. If you've been injured, don't call just any lawyer. Call George Salinas Injury Lawyers at 210-225-0909 or visit georgesalinas.com.
It's patio season, so get over to the Roo Pub at 281 and Redland Road to enjoy the great South Texas weather. As always, ice cold beer and specialty drinks, happy hour weekdays from 11 to 6, and the kitchen is open late until 2 a.m. every day. Add the Roo Pub into your lunch rotation. With those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around, you know there is no better place to watch a game, and they always have all the fights. The Roo Pub, next to the Angry Elephant, 281 and Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
This week at Macy's, get 40 to 50% off amazing specials on everything they need for back to school. Find big savings on head-to-toe active gear and juniors outfits, even new backpacks and accessories from Kipling and more. Or take an extra 20% off more essentials with your coupon or Macy's card. Plus, Macy's Star Rewards members earn rewards on every purchase, except gift cards, services, and fees. Learn more at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
What could be more perfect than the perfect ratio of sizzling sausage to freshly cracked egg to melty cheese, sandwiched together in a perfectly toasted McDonald's McMuffin? If we added jalapenos to spice things up.
For a limited time only, grab the new cheesy jalapeno sausage McMuffin with egg paired with a refreshing iced coffee. Order in the app to earn free food. At participating McDonald's, must opt into rewards.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Don't give in to that constant joint pain. Take control. Take back your quality of life today with help from QC Kinetics. Hey, it's James Pledger with 941 San Antonio Sports Star, and QC Kinetics is helping people every day here and across the country with their amazing non-surgical treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue. They use the latest advances in regenerative medicine, taking your own body's healing agents and concentrating them right in the area where you have agonizing pain. This incredible non-invasive approach helps you take control of your body, relieving the pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back. No invasive surgery, no harmful drugs or steroids, and best of all, no downtime. Listen, summertime needs to be about having fun, making memories, whether it's golfing, hiking, skiing, enjoying the outdoors. Take control now and start living life pain-free again. Call now for your free consultation with QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 210-571-0318. That's 210-571-0318. 210-571-0318. Locations in Hollywood Park, Westover Hills, and New Braunfels.
Little fiddle going there. We've taken over a little country music. Hope you're enjoying that. Of course you are. Yeah, how could you not be enjoying that? Little country music never hurt anybody. It's fantastic. It is. Tell you what, I'm a little bit, although it's been a great Friday, I'm in a great mood. Fun here. I'm Joe Reinagle, by the way. This is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. That's not the Hootie version.
No, it's not Darius Rucker.
Darius
it's the
Rucker,
original.
yeah.
It's called Old Crow Medicine Show was the band that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I like that. Although I do like Darius Rucker, too.
Mm-hmm.
I still call him Hootie. All right, how do you get over that? I mean, that's such a great Hootie and the Blowfish thing. And it's funny because, you know, I mean, he was successful as a pop star and then is successful as a country guy, too. So he's got the best of both worlds going there. You know, some people can sing, some people can talk on the radio, some people can talk on TV, and then there's others that maybe should find another job.
Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, that guy, first of all. And then Tim Hardaway Jr. He was on a podcast or a show in Miami, and they were talking about Victor
Wembanyama.
That guy. They were talking about him, and Hardaway Jr. says Victor's not going to be all that great.
I'm sorry. And you know what? Y'all think this is going to happen. All right basketball player.
He's going to be better than all right.
Okay, we will see.
He's going to be better than Bol Bol.
Okay,
he will have a better career than Bol Bol.
We will see.
All right.
Bol Bol's in year 4 of the NBA.
Right.
Obviously, Victor Wembanyama is about to start It's going to take him year four to get to. Yes.
I give him 2 years.
Watch what you say.
I give him 2 years.
Okay. to be fair, Tim's the guy that originally said that Bol Bol was better than Victor Wembanyama. Yeah. No. So, of course, you said for real here today.
Yes, I said for real.
That's right. Now, he was also a scout 6 months ago.
Thank you.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm done with the conversation. You can say what you want to say. I know about these things.
I've never seen
And when it comes true,
yeah.
he going to be like, well, he not going to say it on TV. I'm like, yeah,
nope.
We're going to invite him back.
Yeah, he was right.
Yeah, whisper. Hey, by the way, you're right. I don't say
We'll find out.
Victor Wembanyama.
That guy's being fun. Look, the fact of the matter is nobody knows. All right, they don't. We know that Wemby has all the tools. We know that he's a great basketball player. We know that he can do things that other guys his size cannot do. How he fares in the NBA remains to be seen. By all indications, he's going to be great. Every NBA team wanted this guy. That's why so many teams tanked, which drives me insane, by the way, as you know. But they did, and the Spurs got lucky, and so be it. I'm happy about it. It's a good thing. He's going to be good. He will. It may take a little while. He may have to ease into the NBA, or he may catch fire right away. Nobody knows, including Tim Hardaway Jr. He says these things to get a rise out of guys like me and all of you Spurs fans out there, and that's why he does it. So he needs to find another job. He was an okay basketball player, I would say. So he knows something about okay basketball players. Maybe that's why he's chiming in. His dad was a hell of a lot better than he was. In my opinion. That guy, too, he's not that good either. Hey, we're going to break a little bit early because coming up here at the bottom of the hour, the General, John Mcclain, will join us. Big Astros news. They are talking about getting extremely involved in the trade wars. And there are a couple of rumors out there. We'll talk to him about that. Plus, we'll talk some Houston Texans as well when the Blitz continues right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
If you've been injured in a car or truck accident, y'all need you to call the Rexperts. Hey, it's Rudy J. Hilly and Solis, most people don't know anything you say or write can and will be used against you by the insurance company to reduce or possibly deny your accident claim. The law office of Hilly and Solis will go to work and make sure you get the compensation you deserve, and they're going to make sure you get it fast. They're former prosecutors. They don't just know how to fight. They know how to win. Let the Rexperts take care of dealing with insurance companies so you can worry about yourself and you can worry about your family. Don't let these insurance companies take advantage of you. See if you can turn that crash into cash. Hilly and Solis will hire the top medical and technical experts to support your claim. Call for your free, yes, free, no obligation consultation right now at 210-762-6261. That's 210-762-6261.
Principal office in San Antonio, Texas. Message brought to you by a non-attorney spokesperson.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
For over a decade, SimpliSafe has revolutionized home security, and our latest advancement is here, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from SimpliSafe. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Mornings were made for better things than rheumatoid arthritis or RA. Xeljanz tofacitinib is a pill for adults with moderate to severe RA when tumor necrosis factor blockers did not work well or could not be tolerated. Xeljanz can help relieve joint pain, swelling, and help stop further joint damage. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections. Don't start if you have one. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and do blood tests. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers including lymphoma and lung, blood clots, serious heart-related events, tears in the stomach or intestine. People 50 and older with heart disease risk factors have an increased risk of death. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, are prone to infections, or have ever had a heart attack, stroke, clot, or other heart problems, or swelling of lips, tongue, throat, or hives. Ask your doctor about prescription Xeljanz. Visit Xeljanz.com or call 1-844-XELJANZ.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, designed for curious travelers. Viking offers all-inclusive voyages on all 7 continents, with no children and no casinos on board. Learn more at Viking.com.
When you're trying to hire, all that searching, screening, and interviewing can become its own job. You need Indeed, the end-to-end hiring solution that makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credits.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Ribs, burgers, chicken. Submit what you grilled or smoked, and you could win a $50 gift card from Tri-County Meat Market.
So good and tasty.
Grilling with the Blitz. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
We are rolling toward the weekend. It is Friday afternoon here in San Antonio. We love it. It's hot again, but that's all right. It's San Antonio. I'm Joe Reinagel. Jason Minix has the day off. Thanks a lot for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Another guy that I'm very happy is joining us is the General, John Mcclain, joining us, courtesy of the Buyers Barricades guest line. And, John, did you make it back from Montana okay?
I was Maryland, not Montana.
Oh, Maryland. I knew it started with an M.
When I got up on Wednesday morning at our place, we have a place on the water, it was 71 degrees.
Wow.
And the high that day was 81. But like you said, it's hot at San Antonio. It's hot. It's Houston. I like going to training camp when it's hot because you sweat. You get to wear a T-shirt or shorts. You know, not many people get to go to work like I have for it's counting Waco Tribune Herald, working for Dave Campbell while I was at Baylor. This is my 52nd year as a sports writer, and not many places that you can go and you can wear shorts and T-shirt to work. Now I don't do that on game days, of course, but I'm a Texan. I'm used to sweating. I like to. I need to. And so it's just a part of our heritage.
It really is. And, you know, people complain about it, but, you know, I get it. You wouldn't want to live anywhere else, I don't think. And I hate to say this, John, because we're going to Oxnard, and I looked the week we're going to be there, the high is going to be about 75.
Well, good for you. I hope y'all have a great time, that you avoid any fires or earthquakes, and everything goes great at the Cowboys training camp. I used to go when I covered the NFL for 8 years between the Texans and the Oilers, and I love to go out there because the only place I went that had that kind of weather was where the Bills train in Rochester, New York, and it was cool there as well. And so I hope you guys have a great trip. I'm jealous. I wish I could go with you.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Just the fact that football season is right around the corner. But I got to start with baseball. I see that the Astros are planning to be big players before the trade deadline. What are you hearing?
I hear a lot of speculation in the media. The Astros don't have a lot to trade. Now, it's interesting because They've won their last two in Oakland. You know, they split with the Rockies. They've won the first two at Oakland. The Rangers are red hot coming out of the All-Star break. The Rangers host the Dodgers. Then they come to Houston. So you would think that the Astros need to sweep this series at Oakland, hope that the Dodgers win a couple of those games, and then they can pull even closer. Remember, when the Astros went to Arlington before the break, they beat up the Rangers big time. And now the Rangers probably going to do that to them at Minute Maid Park. And when it comes to the trade deadline of August 1st, the Astros don't have a stock farm system. There's some preposterous rumors out there about players. And I'm thinking, now there are so many other teams that have loaded minor league systems, and the Astros do not. They traded veterans. They acquired veterans like Justin Verlander, Zach Greinke for a lot of minor leaguers. They didn't get to pick in the first for second rounds in back-to-back years because of the scandal. And so they're just catching up. But I'll tell you this, if they had a chance to get a starting pitcher like Dylan Cease of the White Sox, who has, I think, 3 years left on his contract, there's just about anybody I would trade. I'd give them their top minor league prospect outfielder, Drew Gilbert. I'd give them one of their guys that's doing really well this year, like left fielder Corey Jokes, and throw in a minor league pitcher, especially if you get somebody under control. You don't want to spend a lot of draft capital for a guy that's a rental. The best example I can give of that, 1998, Astros acquired Randy Johnson for 3 prospects to Seattle. He was fantastic, 10-1, an ERA in the ones, and he couldn't get beyond the Padres because Kevin Brown had one of the greatest pitching performances I can remember. To me, Joe, that's still the greatest Astro team I've ever seen, including these 2 World Series winners. But they've got to get at least one starter, and they got to get a couple of bullpen guys. And I'll tell you one other thing about the Astros on the trade front. Right now, they got injuries. They're going to get Yordan Alvarez back soon, they hope. Jose Altuve, hopefully in a couple of weeks. Starting pitcher, Jose Urquidy, at some point soon. But what they really need is they're good players who are healthy to play the way they're capable. Right now, J.P. France and Brandon Bilak, bottom of the rotation guys, are pitching better than Christian Javier and Hunter Brown.
Wow. So, I mean, is that if you were the general manager of the Astros, John, and you had to, something that you were in desperate need of, it is pitching with the Astros, because usually that's a strength for that ball club.
Well, if they had Christian Javier and Hunter Brown pitching the way they did last year, the way they have at times this year, but lately, neither one of them has pitched as well as France or Bilak. And I'm wondering if teams are saying, okay, we want Drew Gilbert, your best minor league hitter, and we want Bilak or J.P. France. Neither one of those guys was supposed to be in the majors. And they're both, Bilak's not a rookie, but France is like a 28-year-old rookie. For a guy like Drew Gilbert, who hasn't produced, he's a number 1 pick last year. Give me a guy who's produced at the major league level, like a Dylan Cease. I don't think they need hitters. What they need is guys in the bullpen, because their bullpen is way overworked, and they need one more starter. And to give them, like last year, Jose Urquidy couldn't even get in the games in the playoffs and World Series because they were loaded with starters like Christian Javier, who pitched really well, and of course Framber Valdez, who was great. Justin Verlander was mediocre, but they still won the World Series.
We're visiting with John Mcclain, covers everything in Houston. He's been doing it for a long, long time, Sports Radio 610. And, John, I want to switch gears because when do the Texans kick off training camp? Is it next week?
Yeah, their first day of practice is Wednesday. They have players report on Tuesday, and we'll be out on the practice field sweating like crazy on Wednesday.
That'll be awesome. Now, I'm reading stuff here that the Texans are working out some players. Is that typical to do that this time of year, just to get some extra bodies in camp, or is there a need for the Texans?
Well, they still got needs at a lot of positions because they're in the 3rd year of their rebuild. But you can't have teams are constantly working out players. There's a lot of name guys still out there, and they're just going to have to get realistic about what kind of payday they're going to get, which isn't going to be very much. And so the Texans are always looking. Ronald Darby, a veteran corner. They got depth at corner, but they got Steven Nelson, who started opposite Derek Stingley Jr. And Steven Nelson is 30 going into his 9th year, his 2nd year with the Texans, and he's unhappy with his contract, and he's gone on to social media taking shots at the GM, Nick Caserio. And they're not going to trade him or cut him unless D'Amico Ryans wants to, but because Ryans is so big on culture and everybody getting with the program and being all in, if Steven Nelson's not all in and he thinks he's going to get a contract from somebody else, ship his butt out for a low draft choice.
I love that. John, I've got to ask you because it's been, it baffles me a little bit. Maybe it shouldn't, but the running back situation in the NFL and the way that it just seems to be deteriorating, for lack of a better word. What are your thoughts on what's going on with the running back position?
I've been asked, like I was asked on my show a while ago, they said, you think something will be done? I said, why should they? This is created by the collective bargaining agreement, which the players agreed to and signed. You draft a back, you get him for 5 years, first-round pick, then you franchise him for 2 years. In this case, Saquon Barkley would be 10.1 and next year 12.2. And that's still chicken feed compared to other positions, but they'll have him for 7 years, like Zeke Elliott. Then you cut him and you get a younger guy. And they don't like it, but that's just the way of the running back world. Blame it on analytics. All of a sudden, they have all these analytics that say, well, you don't need to pay a running back. And I'm just glad that Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs were drafted in the first round by Atlanta and Detroit, and maybe they will do great. What you really need, Joe, is a guy not drafted in the first round who can get an extension after his 3rd year. And they're not going to break the bank. And Christian McCaffrey may be the last back to get a great contract. He averages 16-something. Derrick Henry makes 12.5, and Derrick Henry's been the most consistently productive back in the league, and he's 29. And one reason was he didn't do much his first couple of years. He didn't get a lot of carries and wasn't real productive, and then all of a sudden, boom, he became the best power back in the NFL, 2,000-yard rusher. And he's in the last year of his contract, and they're going to run him like crazy and get what they can out of him. But at 30, he might get 1-year deal for a lot less money, but that's just the way of the running back world. It's not going to change anytime soon. There's too many of them being put out by college football.
John, I can't imagine that Saquon Barkley is going to leave $10 million on the table and sit out the season. He can't, right?
Give me a break.
Right.
Of course not. He's not stupid. Le'Veon Bell did that. Everybody knew he was making a mistake except him. And now he admits that he made a mistake. You can't make back the money that you're going to miss. $10.1 million is $10.1. Barkley was a first-round pick, high pick. I think he made $8 million. And so it's not like he's going to the poorhouse. Do I feel sorry for him? I kind of feel sorry for the position because, you and I have been covering sports a long time, and it used to be running backs were as important or more important than quarterbacks.
Oh, yeah.
Now you see tight ends making more money. And the fact of the matter is, other than Kittles and Travis Kelce, is there a tight end you would rather have on your team over Saquon Barkley, who's also a great receiver, and yet there's so many tight ends making more money?
Yeah, it's baffling, John. It really is. We're visiting with John Mcclain. And, John, the final question for you. I've got to ask you, we saw this report yesterday that Mattress Mac, I guess, donated $1 million to the Houston basketball team as part of an NIL thing, I guess, right? Is he a big fan of the Houston Cougars basketball team?
Well, he does NILs with others. He went to Texas, graduated from North Texas. He gave Kelvin Sampson $1 million NIL last season. Part of that NIL covered all the trips to the tournaments, the NCAA and the regionals for families. And then he took them out to dinner. $1 million to the football program. Now he's given another $1 million to Kelvin Sampson. And he's a big supporter of the Cougars going into the Big 12. But he also gives a lot of money. It does a lot with the Longhorns as well.
That's awesome. I think it's a great deal. And John, I'll be thinking about you next week. I hope you're taking a couple of towels with you as you sit out there and watch the Texans practice.
Yeah, you guys better need a big couple towels too to cover up because you're going to get chilly. And I'll be thinking of y'all too. And a couple of times during practice, I'll raise my hand and wave to you, and it'll be a one-finger wave.
I expect nothing less. The great John
Y'all
Mcclain.
have fun.
Yeah, you too, John. Thanks for joining us. We
Joe.
appreciate it very much. John Mcclain, he is the best in the business, no doubt. And he appears via the Buyers Barricade guest line. Buyers Barricades provides traffic control rentals and sales for San Antonio and beyond. You get them online at buyersbarricades.com. The great John Mcclain. Love talking with that guy because he knows a little bit about everything there is to know about everything. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, well, we'll talk a little British Open or the Open or whatever it is that they call it these days. We'll go across the pond. There was some big, there was one guy that played very well out there today. We'll talk about that. And who knows what else as the Blitz continues here on this Friday afternoon on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's R&R in the morning.
Monday on R&R in the morning, we are 1 week away from Oxnard, California and Dallas Cowboys training camp. But will Zac Martin be a part of it? Plus, Rob Thompson's back. We'll find out exactly what he's looking forward to most about his time in Oxnard. That's all coming up Monday on R&R in the morning. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Is it time for a new lawnmower? Visit the Crush the Summer sale at Bill's Tractor and Equipment. Bill's Tractor and Gravely have teamed up to bring to you incredible savings on zero-turn mowers just in time for the summer season. Gravely mowers are designed for exceptional comfort and built for dependability. 0% financing is available on select models with approved credit. Bill's Tractor has been helping Texans with their mower and equipment needs for over 35 years. Come by Bill's Tractor and test drive a new Gravely mower or go to billstractor.com.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
Smoker's Paradise, your premium smoke shop. Vaporizers, disposable e-cigarettes, hookah accessories, water pipes, cigars, and more. Now with 15 area locations, including the newest location at South Cross and Highway 37. Visit smokersparadise.com. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Shop end-of-season deals during the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, save on major appliances and get an additional 10% off in-store clearance appliances. Plus, take up to 50% off select patio furniture and accessories, and save on select grills and outdoor power equipment. Great deals are happening now, in-store and online. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 7/26. Exclusions apply. What supplies last? Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details.
School on! Save on!
Sounds like it's back to school time, and Staples has great prices on everything you need for school. Save on markers and crayons, save on notebooks and folders, and right now at Staples, save big on tech with up to $250 off select computers. Staples, where savings for school are always in session. N729, in-store only. See associate for details.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You don't plan for a computer virus. You don't plan to lose files. You don't plan to knock your laptop off the counter. And you don't plan for your PC to crash or your screen to freeze. But Staples has a plan. A plan for unlimited virus protection. A plan for help when you need it 24/7. Staples Total Support Plans are your tech plans for the unplanned, starting as low as $199.99. And although you didn't plan for this, right now at Staples you can also get $250 off select computer.
Nobody ever plans on getting arrested, but it does happen to a lot of people every day for all kinds of reasons.
If you get arrested, a family member, a friend of yours gets arrested, you know you want to get out of jail fast, and the best way for you to do that is to call my good friend Albert and his great staff at AA Best Bail Bonds. The phone number is 210-225-2121. You can even text the word bail to 474747 or start the bonding process online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else to get out of jail, and you don't want to be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you a PR bond, make sure you really understand what those conditions are before accepting it. Your best option for stress-free bail bonds is AA Best Bail Bonds because nobody beats their price. They offer payment plans, a free shuttle service. They're open 24/7 with offices all over San Antonio and Texas. License number 149. Call AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121.
If you travel as much as the San Antonio sports guys travel, while you're on the road, be sure to take us along. Listen to the 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star live stream anywhere on the Odyssey radio app.
Thank you so much for spending your Friday afternoon with us. This is The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. It is Friday. I know a lot of folks about to get off work. It's almost 5 o'clock, which means it's just about quitting time. So we, Pledge and I have a little longer to go, but just pop a top for us and enjoy it and have a good time. Start your weekend off because we will be joining you shortly thereafter, I promise you. Pledge has informed me that we just so happen to have a 4-pack of tickets to the Missions game on Tuesday night when they play the Corpus Christi Hooks. It is $2 Tuesday out at Wolf Stadium. A 4-pack of tickets, if you would like to go to that Missions game, be the 9th caller right now at 656-3776, 656-ESPN. 9th caller wins a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Missions and the Corpus Christi Hooks. Ought to be fun out at the Wolf on Tuesday night. Always is fun out there. I enjoy going to baseball games out there and watching them, and it's just fun to go out there and just kind of be a fan and have a cold beer and a hot dog and enjoy some good baseball. So good luck to you. 9th caller gets a 4-pack of tickets to that game on Tuesday night. $2 Tuesday. So British Open's going on. And I don't know if you guys are as geeky about golf as I am, but I enjoy watching it. And it's been good, especially when they're over in England or across the pond where they are, because it starts early. Now, I don't get up at 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever it is to watch that stuff. But when I do get up in the morning, and I got up a little early this morning, I was up about 6:30. And so, you turn on the TV and there's golf going on. And it's for me, that's a lot of fun. And I was able to watch a guy by the name of Brian Harman just play his butt off today. I don't know if y'all saw that, but he shot 65 today. Now, granted, what's interesting about what's going on over there is that the golf course gets harder as the day goes on because the wind picks up, and today the clouds were coming in, and I know at the end of the round it was starting to rain. But Harman shoots a 6-under par 65 today. He had a 67 yesterday. He's got a 5-shot lead right now over Tommy Fleetwood, who shot even par today, but a 5-shot lead going into the weekend. Now, there's some names on the leaderboard. Jason Day's on there at -3, Cameron Young at -2, Jordan Spieth is also at -2. Yeah, I'm watching Spieth, and I'm a Jordan Spieth fan. I like watching that guy. I like to see him do well because, for me, Jordan Spieth is he's a pro, and he's very good, obviously. He's a major winner multiple times, but he's more like the average guy. He really is, because he's a scrambling dude. This guy scrambles more. His short game is probably better than anybody on the tour. He putts well, he chips well, and he can save stuff just like nobody else I've ever seen. Probably not one of the best ball strikers off the tee and, long shots, but he's good around the green. So it's good. So I enjoy watching him. Rory McIlroy's still in there. He makes the cut. He's at -1. So I say all this to say that when I get up in the morning to watch this tomorrow morning, whenever that happens to be, the rain was coming in. The weather forecast for this weekend is not very good. Not very good at all. So even a 5-shot lead by Brian Harman is not safe. I mean, anything can happen out there. Did you see these guys? When you just miss the fairway and you're in this stuff that's about 5 feet tall. All right, it's not that tall, but it's tall and it's hard to hit out of. So it's tough even for these guys. And the greens are incredible. Anybody watching this stuff, or am I the only one? I know Pledge watches, but I don't know. Do y'all get into this? And it's a major championship. And I know Minix says that, it's the only time he watches. And the only time he watches on a Sunday afternoon. And I asked the question at the beginning of the show and didn't get a lot of response. So I kind of let it go. But did you know that the Women's World Cup begins tonight? Team USA takes on Vietnam in the first game tonight. It's on Fox Sports, but it's and I'm just wondering, does anybody care about that? We all like football, I think. There's some baseball fans out there. We all like the NBA, obviously. But when it comes to other sports like golf, like the Women's World Cup, I know there's some soccer fans out there. I know you guys, there's some of you out there that like soccer. But I'm just wondering, is anybody going to be watching that? You're going to go home tonight and tune in the Women's World Cup tonight. Now, look, they're pretty good. They always have been, right? They're better than the men's team. They do better anyway. And I'm sure they're favored to do well again this year. But I'm not going to go home tonight and watch. Now, I want to know what happened and see, who did what, just because that's what I do. That's my job. But as an average fan, do you care? Is that something you're gonna follow? I'd like to know. 656-3776, 656-ESPN. On Twitter, at Joe Reinagle 210. Or if you're watching on YouTube, thank you for that. Subscribe, please, if you haven't already. You can comment there as well. Golf, soccer, do those things float your boat, I might say? Do you watch? Now, Pledge, you watch, don't you? Hey, when you get a chance, do you like it when the golf is on early and you can get up and watch this stuff?
Oh, yeah. It was nice being able to just come into work at 4 o'clock in the morning to do R&R and have golf on the TV all week. Like live sporting events to follow.
Yeah, and you can follow that. And we saw a great performance today in Brian Harmon. But I think you and I are about the only golf geeks that get into this stuff. I mean, I know a few others, I guess, but my brother is that way. He'll sit and he'll watch that stuff. But I just don't know if the average fan, golf bores a lot of people. Now, you and I play, and you especially, I mean, a pro at one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get into that stuff. So I don't know, but I think we might be the only ones.
Well,
Pledge.
Especially tournaments like this, though.
Right.
It's like where the game was invented, and then it's link style course. It's on the ocean, the high fescue, the deep pot bunkers, the wind, and this weekend, possibly the rain and weather.
Yeah, weather's supposed to be an issue this weekend, that's for sure, and that could change everything. So you just don't know. That's going to be the beauty of watching this thing. So golf, nobody watches. Women's soccer, apparently nobody watches. I don't know. You can let us know. I'm just curious. And it's National Junk Food Day. What are you eating these days? We got to do a Sports Center update, and we will do that when we continue right here on San Antonio Sports Star 94.1 FM.
KTFM Floresville. This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's good!
Your home for Major League Baseball. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, the new owner of the Washington Commanders is suggesting that they change the name. Says that could be one of the first things that they do. We'll see. Some signings ahead of training camps. Giants have signed former Cowboys wide receiver Cole Beasley, and Melvin Gordon, a running back, actually has been signed to a one-year deal with the Baltimore Ravens. We got Rangers baseball right here on San Antonio Sports Star beginning at 6:30. They're red hot.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagle.
That's the third time in 7 seasons. The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.
Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome to the Blitz. I'm Joe Reinagle, Jason Minix with the day off, taking a long weekend. So James Pledger and I are driving this boat today, and we're happy to have you along. We really are. It's been a busy day, lots going on. NFL training camps, some have already started. A lot of them kick off next week. We've been talking a lot, though, about the women's soccer, which kicks off tonight. The U.S. Team takes on Vietnam. It's televised on Fox Television tonight. Wanted to know if you're interested in that. We're also talking about the British Open, and if you're interested in watching that as well. Is that something you get into? You know, we all have our parties and our stuff when it comes to the NFL and college football and even basketball, but I'm not sure about the other ones. Or maybe that's just something you lay on the couch and watch and maybe nap in between. Who knows? By the way, coming up at 5:15, John Machota with The Athletic, covers the Dallas Cowboys for The Athletic, is going to join us, and we'll get the latest on the Zac Martin situation and what's going on there with the Dallas Cowboys as they get set to report to camp. The Cowboys will report on Monday and kind of go through walkthroughs, and then Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones and Mike McCarthy they'll give their annual State of the Cowboys address. That will happen. And then San Antonio Sports Star will load up our stuff, and we'll get on a plane a week from Sunday. We'll head out to Oxnard because the first day the Cowboys will be in pads will be July 31st, a week from Monday. So we like to get out there when they're in pads, but all kinds of stuff we've got planned for you. We'll definitely have interviews, insights, all kinds of stuff. So stay tuned for that as we begin our Cowboys coverage coming up a week from we get out there a week from Sunday and then start our shows a week from Monday. What's going on with the Women's World Cup? Chris, apparently, who is on the phone lines at 656-3776, 656-ESPN. Chris, what do you think about the Women's World Cup?
Hey, Joe, I'm really excited to watch it. I hope they can do a three-peat. You know, Megan Rapinoe, it's her swan song. I mean, she's going to be retiring, and Alex Morgan is just so dominant. And it sounds like I'm a huge fan, which I am, but I don't normally watch them a lot. But when it's World Cup, man, that's U.S. competing against the world. How can you not get excited about that?
Well, that's good. So you'll be watching tonight when they take on Vietnam, and I have no clue how good Vietnam is. I just know that the women's team is they're pretty good.
Oh yeah, they've been dominant for so many years. You know, we're going to get out of this group. I think Vietnam is one. You know, they expanded the number of teams this year, so there's more teams that are competing, and I bet you that Vietnam wouldn't have gotten in previous years. But I think that we can handle them. But you know, it's going to get really interesting to see what happens and who's starting, and then, you know, the people that are coming off of the bench for him. So I'll be interested to see how they do.
All right. Well, enjoy that tonight, Chris. I'm glad that you know, somebody will be watching. That's a good thing. You know, I won't be. I want to follow it and see, but I won't be sitting there watching. If it's on somewhere, you know, I'll look up and see it. But I don't know. I'm an old school guy, and I know a lot of you are soccer fans. I appreciate the athleticism of soccer players and the way that they can do the things that they do, but it's not something that I get all excited about. Although when it is the World Cup, I mean, that's a different ball game, and it's kind of easy to get into then. So I understand the point when you want to watch that stuff. So I hope you enjoy that tonight. And Fred, we're going to be talking about Zac Martin. I'm going to get your comments though, since you called in. Fred wants to talk about Zac Martin. John Machota is going to join us from The Athletic. He covers the Dallas Cowboys, so we'll talk to him about what he's hearing about Zac Martin. But what do you got on your mind, Fred?
Hey, how's it going, Joe Reinagle?
That's good, man.
All right. Yeah, $7 million. He's underpaid. Like, wouldn't you feel like somebody like that, you know, like you said it the other day, that you just don't get it? And it's like, you can get it from other people, but this guy needs to get that cash.
Yeah, no doubt, Fred, and I agree with that. And we're going to talk to John Machota coming up here in just a little bit. At 5:15, he's going to join us. We'll talk and see what he knows about Zac Martin. But I said this the other day. When it comes to Zac Martin, I'm typically a guy, and I've said this a lot. If you sign a contract, you should stick to the contract. And when it comes to a guy like Zac Martin, there are just certain players that can do what Zac Martin is doing. All right, Zeke Elliott did it and was very successful with it. And Zac Martin is another guy that has the pull that he can get this done. Look, there's no way that they're not going to try and work something out with Zac Martin, whether it's a handshake and a promise that we're going to take care of this, or if it's a completely renewed contract. Zac Martin is one of those guys. To me, he's the best offensive lineman in the game today. Certainly the best guard in the game today, and he's the leader of that offensive line. And I don't care what toys you have on the outside, what your quarterback's name is, what running back you have in the backfield. If you don't have a solid offensive line, none of those guys can do anything. And for the Cowboys to be successful this year, as everybody is predicting that they will be, Zac Martin's got to be a happy camper. I mean, he just has to be. So I think Jerry and Steven are going to be forced to, even though they didn't necessarily want this to happen at this time. Although, according to reports, and we'll ask John when he comes on at 5:15, how long this has actually been going on. I've seen reports that they actually were talking about this starting at the combine. So this is something that didn't just pop out of the clear blue sky. They've been talking about it. And what was concerning to me was the fact that apparently the Cowboys, at least according to the reports we saw the other day when this first came out in public, was that Zac Martin didn't feel like they were taking him seriously. Now, again, he's got 2 years left on his contract. At the time he signed the contract, he was the highest paid offensive lineman in the NFL. Since then, things have changed. Now Zac Martin's about 8 on that list. And there's about a $7 million difference between he and the top paid offensive lineman. So, unfortunately, it's the way it is. I think you should honor your contract if you sign it. But there are certain players, big stars, that, well, obviously, they have a lot more weight. And they pull it around, and that's the way it is. So that's what's happening with Zac Martin. You want him happy. He's got to report to camp, because he'll be fined, and there's no way that the Cowboys can take that fine away. So he's got to report, but that doesn't mean that he's going to practice. And so I think they're going to get something done. But I'll be interested if this is not done by the time we get out to Cowboys camp. Obviously, that's going to be the big question day one. When they get out there, that's going to be the question. What are we going to do about Zac Martin? Are you going to take care of him, or are you not? So John Machota coming up here in just a few minutes, and we'll talk to John about what he is hearing when it comes to Zac Martin and everything else that the Cowboys are dealing with. I want to switch gears really quickly, though, before we break and get John on the line, because I want to talk some Spurs and the arena that we've been talking about. Now, this came out, and again, it's in its infancy. In fact, it's not even born yet. They're just talking about it. They're throwing ideas out. And but there has been talk about the Spurs wanting a new arena and making it a downtown arena with a baseball stadium for the San Antonio Missions and an entertainment complex of some sort that you see frequently in other cities that have major pro sports teams. Well, Oklahoma City is another city. Obviously, they have a pro sports team in the Thunder. But their arena that they play in was built the same year the AT&T Center was built. They want a new stadium, and the mayor's already talking about it. And he believes that he can get this done without raising taxes on the folks.
Though an agreement remains to be finalized and much remains fluid, I can still share some important takeaways that we believe will hold true. We believe our new arena can be funded without raising tax rates above their current levels. We believe we can accomplish this vital project simply by paying the exact same sales tax rate we pay today. No tax increase will be necessary. The public funding necessary to build the new arena will be supplemented by remaining MAPS 4 dollars that are already earmarked for the downtown arena, as I mentioned last year. And for the first time in city history, these public funding commitments will be joined by a significant financial contribution from the ownership of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Now, that's interesting right there. That maybe it is, and maybe he's talked to the Thunder already, but the fact that they're going to kick in some money, apparently, for this new building, sometimes teams do that, sometimes they don't. And I'm not saying that the Spurs won't do that because, again, this has just started, all right? I mean, we just got the pregnancy test back, all right? We just found out we're with child, so we got to make plans. It's going to be a while. And that's probably a bad analogy, but, it's all I could think of at the moment. But, I mean, it's true, right? You just find out, so now the plans are going to be made. You got to buy a crib. You need some diapers, baby showers, all this stuff. Spurs have got to find a place. They've got to get it laid out. They've got to do all of this kind of stuff. So it's going to be a while. The lease for the AT&T Center, as it stands right now, ends in 2032. That is 9 years from now. So by the time you get a building, a new one, if that in fact happens, I mean, we're looking 5 years minimum, probably longer than that. So you're running up against the lease there. Now it's gonna get into some pushback. We've had some listeners to this show already pushing back a little bit. Former Bexar County Judge Nelson Wolf is pushing back, as is the current county judge Peter Sakai, saying, "Look, we put a lot of money into the AT&T Center. It's only 20 years old, and we don't need a new arena." Well, unfortunately, in today's world, that's the way it works. It just is. All right. Teams want new buildings. The Spurs want a new building. They want an entertainment complex in the downtown area. The Missions have wanted a new stadium for a long, long time. And with their new ownership group, which, by the way, includes David Robinson and Monty Ginobili, they want to get this done. So it would be a big entertainment complex with the arena, with the Alamo Dome, with a baseball stadium all downtown that everybody, could go to and have a good time. So we're just in the infancy. But when you look at what Oklahoma City is doing, at least what the mayor is talking about there in Oklahoma City, sounds like a pretty good plan. And they've already thought about it. And I just wonder if San Antonio would talk to Oklahoma City or another city and say, "Hey, how did y'all get this stuff done?" I would imagine that they would. But there's a lot of smart folks within the Spurs organization, the city government, and the Ryan group that now is the owner of the San Antonio Mission. So we'll get this done. And obviously we're going to talk a lot about this as in the coming days, coming weeks, coming months, because as plans do get made, and I fully anticipate that this coming on board, it's going to get done. I mean, I just think, or at least presented to the voters or presented to somebody, but it's going to get done. With Victor Wembanyama on board now, the excitement, and everything that's taking place right now, it's going to happen. So we'll talk a lot more about that. But coming up, we're going to talk Dallas Cowboys football. What is the latest on Zac Martin, and can the Cowboys get something done with their best offensive lineman? John Machota with The Athletic will join us when we return here on The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. First, hey, Parkhurst New Vision. Have I told you about these guys? I'm excited about them. Extremely excited about them. Went in, had a lens replacement surgery. This was, it's almost been 2 weeks now. And I tell you what, I'm seeing better than I've seen in 30 years. I could actually read a menu at a restaurant, which is incredible. And you know what the good news is about that? They still have some adjustments to do to this thing. They can actually do adjustments while the lens is in there. They took my natural lens out, put in a state-of-the-art lens, and it is incredible. I tell you what, it is life-changing. And the entire experience at Parkhurst New Vision is something special. Really, from the moment I walked in the doors, I really felt like I was their only patient. But the thing that made the difference for me, the care and attention to detail. My eyes were checked thoroughly. They wanted to make sure I was a candidate. They're not just going to do the surgery. They got to make sure that you're a candidate for it. And the honest assessment that I got, that only one of my eyes needed to be done. They left the other one alone because my distance vision wasn't just about perfect. The surgeon talked me through the entire procedure, and I see the world now in an entire new way. No more glasses for me. No readers, no glasses, no nothing. If you're thinking about it and you'd like to get rid of the readers, why don't you give Parkhurst New Vision a call, 210-585-2020, or you can check them out online at sanantoniolasik.com. They offer a variety of services like the lens replacement they did for me. They do LASIKs. They do cataract surgery. All of it will change the way you see the world. It's part. You won't regret it. Give them a call, 210-585-2020.
It's R&R in the morning.
Monday on R&R in the morning, we are 1 week away from Oxnard, California, and Dallas Cowboys training camp. But will Zac Martin be a part of it? Plus, Rob Thompson's back. We'll find out exactly what he's looking forward to most about his time in Oxnard. That's all coming up Monday on R&R in the morning. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Are you feeling overwhelmed after your car wreck? Call the wreck experts at Hilly & Solis. Hey, it's Rudy J, and I want you to know that Hilly & Solis understand the physical and emotional and financial toll that car wrecks have on your life. They're going to listen to your story, answer any questions you may have, and they're going to fight hard to get you all the compensation you so deserve. They've seen it all. They're former prosecutors, and they know how to win. When the medical bills and the insurance claims and the legal complexities leaving you feeling lost, Hilly & Solis are going to guide you every single step of the way, and they're going to hire not only the top medical, but also the top technical experts to support your claim. Time is of the essence. Their deadlines to file claims. Don't wait to get the legal help you need. Hilly & Solis are experienced litigators. Let them fight for your rights and financial freedom. Call Hilly & Solis for a free, no obligation consultation now. 210-762-6161. That's 210-762-6261. 210-762-6261.
Principal office in San Antonio, Texas. Message brought to you by a non-attorney spokesperson.
Have you gotten your hands on Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds at HEB yet? Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds offer big, bold flavors like sea salt and cracked black pepper, spicy dill, and Korean barbecue. Bonus, you're going to love the low-carb, high-protein, bacony crunch. Pick up your favorite flavors of Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds at HEB today. Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds. Be big, be bold, be adventurous. Learn more at southernrecipesmallbatch.com. It's patio season, so get over to the Roo Pub at 281 and Redland Road to enjoy the great South Texas weather. As always, ice-cold beer and specialty drinks, happy hour weekdays from 11 to 6, and the kitchen is open late until 2 a.m. every day. Add the Roo Pub into your lunch rotation. With those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around, you know there is no better place to watch a game, and they always have all the fights. The Roo Pub, next to the Angry Elephant, 281 and Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Injuries happen, and when they do, skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Quarry area with extended hours Monday through Saturday with on-site x-ray casting and bracing, Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. Learn more online at tsaog.com.
This is it. The final days, the final hours of Diamonds Direct's Midsummer Store-Wide Savings Event. Time is running out on this incredible buying opportunity. You have until Saturday at 6 p.m. to shop in-store and get 20% savings on virtually everything. Exclusive trunk shows all weekend with world-renowned designers in-store. Save an extra 20% off rings, earrings, bracelets, bands, even engagement ring mountings. Don't miss this once-a-year store-wide event. Hurry, sale ends Saturday. Get all the details now at diamondsdirect.com.
Smoker's Paradise, your premium smoke shop. Vaporizers, disposable e-cigarettes, hookah accessories, water pipes, cigars, and more. Now with 15 area locations, including the newest location at South Cross and Highway 37. Visit smokersparadise.com. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Hi, everybody. Joe Reinagle here. I want to take a moment to talk to you about advertising on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Yeah, we get this question quite a bit. Here's what you have to do. Contact Morgan Harrison via email. It's morgan.harrison@alphamediausa.com. From there, she's going to have one of our folks connect with you on how you can advertise right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Or since Alpha Media is a full-service advertising company, online, other radio stations, and even television, since that's just about all through the internet. Happy connecting.
Hey, this is Rob Thompson from R&R in the morning. Set your alarm and wake up with us. Mornings 6 to 10. Plenty of sports and good fun right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
And a Blitz. I'm Joe Reinagle, Jason Minix with the day off. But that's okay because we have a special guest on the Buyers Barricade guest line. John Machota, who covers the Dallas Cowboys for The Athletic, joins us now. John, drama as you come back and get ready to go to training camp. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I actually got out here a little early. I'm doing a little sightseeing in California, so I'm enjoying myself.
Well, that's nice. So Zac Martin kind of dropped the bomb on everybody. And I guess this has been going on a while, but it's the first we heard about it. What in the world happened? And is he going to get a new deal? What do you think?
That's a good question. I would think that they would try and get something done with him that extends his current deal. He's got 2 years left on it, so why not, do something that adds a couple years on it, give him money closer to that $20 million range, which is top of the market for the guard position, and then it would also give the Cowboys potentially some more salary cap space this year because they can move it down the line a little bit. So it is interesting just because it's Zac Martin. Most of the offensive linemen that the Cowboys have had to get contracts done with have been done pretty seamlessly, and there isn't much in the news before they actually get done. And so that's why this one was a little surprising, but I also get where Zac's coming from, and obviously it's not going to be put out there unless they've tried and they're not hearing really much back from the Cowboys. So, you put that report out there and maybe that gets the ball rolling, but he'll be fined every day that he's not out there. And I don't know, I would be surprised if he's not at training camp. I know that that's the worry for Cowboys fans that, offensive line's already got question marks, but it would surprise me to not see Zac Martin at training camp.
Well, I mean, could it be that he reports and then just doesn't do anything? I guess that was kind of the report that I saw, that even during the OTAs and stuff, he had like a soft tissue injury and didn't do a whole heck of a lot. So is that a possibility? He reports and then just kind of stands there?
Yeah, it certainly is possible. I mean, that's what happened during OTAs and minicamp, but I don't know, man. There's just something about training camp. It's like that's the official start of the season. It just seems like that would be really tough for him to be out, in Oxnard, and while his teammates are practicing, he's just standing off to the side. He's not a guy that's really wired that way. So again, I'd be very surprised if that happened, but you cannot rule it out because that's basically what happened at OTAs and minicamp.
Well, I tell you, when you talk about everybody, the Cowboys, are coming up and they want to get new deals for, and then this happens. And I know Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones, and Will Mcclain, they kind of have a structure when it comes to these guys. And not that this caught them by surprise, but I guess what concerned me more was the statement by Zac Martin saying, they don't really seem interested. And what does that mean to you, John?
I think it's that there's a lot of talk about the next deal for Dak and Trayvon Diggs and CD Lamb and Michael Parsons eventually, and Zac Martin's probably sitting there like, yeah, I'm making about $14 million a year, and the top guards are making about 20. I think my number needs to get a little bit closer to that. I'm still producing at a high level. Instead of talking about all these other guys, what about me over here? I still want to play a few more years, so don't forget about this old guy over here that's likely going to be in the Ring of Honor and in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And it'd be one thing if this was happening and his play had dropped off, but it really hasn't dropped off. And so because of that, he still remains one of the best offensive linemen and one of the best guards in the game. So again, I mean, just stuff that's out there right now. I think it's more of a concern if, you're getting into the, several weeks in the training camp and he's not out there, then yeah, I think that there would be a concern there. But as of right now, it's not like he's missing anything yet. So I guess they're one of the biggest stories of training camp, obviously, when things kick off, and the start of, Jerry's opening press conference with Steven and Mike McCarthy next Tuesday. That'll obviously be a main topic, especially if Zac Martin's not on the team playing.
Yeah, no doubt. We're visiting with John Machota, who covers the Dallas Cowboys for The Athletic. And John, it seems like the Cowboys have so much work to do. We've been talking about this all week, and a lot of money to spend. All the young players that you just mentioned. When you look at this, and I know they have their formulas and they do things, it looks like to me though, I'll start over. Are they going to be able to sign all of these guys with the Trayvon Diggs, the Micah Parsons, the CD Lamb? I mean, is that something that they've planned for and they're going to be able to do?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the only way it wouldn't happen is if, just gets completely priced out of anything that they would expect, and I don't see that happening. I mean, all of them have performed at a high enough level that lets you know that they're going to be paid amongst the highest at their position. And so because of that, there's no reason that the Cowboys should be blindsided by any of those things. So, I mean, hey, that's why they don't spend money that much in free agency on other teams' free agents. So when they're faced with these situations, they will be able to keep these guys. And so, for the most part, when they've really wanted to keep players, they have. And so because of that, I know fans see the contracts and they think, oh, only a year left here. And this is, Trayvon Diggs going in his final year and that. If the Cowboys really want to keep a guy, they're going to keep that guy. And if they think that a lot is going to fall apart if they were to lose a Trayvon Diggs or a CeeDee Lamb or Micah Parsons, they're going to do whatever they need to do to keep those guys. Now, if it gets to a point where, the dollars get too high, and when I say that, I mean mainly for a Trayvon Diggs or a CeeDee Lamb, because even if the dollars get too high for Micah Parsons, if he keeps producing like he is, they're just going to pay him whatever it takes because they can't let him leave. So the other two, though, maybe they get to a point where it's super high and that, but I just don't see when they get to a point to where it's so much more than the Cowboys are willing to pay, because if it gets to that level, that means they continue to produce at a high level on the field. And if they're doing that, then the Cowboys are probably winning a lot of games. And if that's going well, as long as Jerry Jones is around, he's not going to let those guys out of the building.
Yeah, Jerry's pretty good at keeping the guys that he wants to keep, no doubt. We're talking about the Cowboys' window of opportunity this year. I mean, everybody's bragging on that defense, saying it could be one of the best in the NFL this year. Obviously, the offensive weapons that the Cowboys have, and obviously Dak Prescott most likely. I think most people think he's going to have a much better year this year. Do you see this year in particular, with all the things that they have to do after this year, as being the most open window for this Cowboys football team?
It is a very open window for this season, but I am not one of those people that look at it as like, if you don't win it this year, then, this is going to just fall apart. This is it. This is the end of the window. Then it closes. Not in today's NFL. You can sit there and you could even lose one of those guys that we mentioned, obviously not including Micah, and you just have to continue to draft well. That's the key. You have to find Deron Bland. You have to find some offensive linemen in the middle rounds that end up, being starters, things like that. You're going to have to, draft well to kind of fill some of those holes. But it is a young man's game, and as long as you're drafting well and you are able to keep a couple of those key pieces, the window will stay open. And so I think the Cowboys window right now, I think of it as the Dak Prescott window. And really, to be honest with you, it's probably even that baton has been kind of handed to Micah Parsons, and it being the Micah Parsons window. Because as long as you have a guy like that, the defense should be at least in an area where you're competitive every game. And then so on the other side of that, you got to be able to put up some decent amount of points. And with what they have on this team, there's no reason to think that they can't keep doing that, and then especially you keep Dak Prescott around, you keep CeeDee Lamb around. If you don't keep Tony Pollard beyond this season, that'll obviously be something you're going to have to address early in the draft. And that's a position that you can find early in the draft. And so I think that this is a very good window right now for the Cowboys. And I would add that one of the reasons why I feel that way is because there just hasn't been another time that the NFC has been this wide open. You probably got to go back to the early 80s, because ever since then, the NFC has always had, whether it be a Joe Montana or a Steve Young or a Troy Aikman or a Drew Brees or an Aaron Rodgers. Well, there isn't a guy in the NFC right now. It's wide open. You probably got to go back to the 1980 season, where it was right after Roger retired and right before Montana took his game to the next level. That 1980 season, I think it would end up being the Cowboys and the Eagles in the NFC Championship game. With Danny White and those guys, that's the last time that the NFC really hasn't had that bona fide, future Hall of Famer, best quarterback. And because of that, in this quarterback-driven league, everything's wide open.
No doubt. We're visiting with John Machota, who covers the Dallas Cowboys for The Athletic. And, John, I want to finish with this. Should we read anything into the fact that Dak hasn't been extended? And if not, do you expect that to happen in training camp, or will that be sometime during the season?
It could certainly be during training camp. Dak tends to not want to be dealing with that stuff during the season, so that might be a little bit unlikely. But it would not surprise me if something got done while we're, out here for training camp. And if it doesn't, that also wouldn't surprise me either, because like I said, with the Zac Martin thing, that was kind of surprising, because getting these offensive lineman contracts done with the Cowboys, whether you're talking, Tyron Smith, Zach's last deal, whatever, Travis Frederick, Lyle Collins, usually they get done and there's not a big position, those generally do not just get done out of nowhere like that. And so nothing about the contract, especially after Dak's last one, the way that kind of drug out, nothing about that one would surprise me.
Interesting. John Machota covers the Dallas Cowboys for The Athletic. If you're not subscribed to The Athletic, you should be. A lot of great stuff there from John and everybody else that writes for The Athletic. John, appreciate it. Enjoy California while it's still quiet, and we'll see you soon, my friend.
Sounds good. You guys take it easy.
Thanks a lot. John Machota from The Athletic, and already out in California, waiting for the Cowboys to get out there on Monday. All guests appear via the Buyers Barricade guest line. Buyers Barricades provides traffic control, rental, and sales for the San Antonio area and beyond. You can get them online at buyersbarricades.com. So Zac Martin, a surprise. We'll see what happens. Will he show up? Won't he? It's going to be interesting. There's always drama when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys, and this year, no exception. And they've got some work to do with some of their young players. Going to be interesting. Can't wait to get out there. The Blitz, R&R in the morning, RJ Ochoa, we'll all be out there a week from Sunday to start our shows and get you caught up on what's happening with the Dallas Cowboys. I cannot wait to do that. Unfortunately, James Pledger has to stay here and drive this ship. That's for sure. Hey, when we come back, Tim Hardaway Jr. is kind of a goofball. And he said some things today that, boy, just really hard to take him seriously. Like
Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, like Bol Bol is better than that guy.
Victor Wembanyama.
We'll hear from Tim Hardaway, and you can laugh at him just like we are as the Blitz continues on this Friday afternoon on San Antonio Sports Star 94.1.
Jason Minix here for my friends at Ancira Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram Truck, part of the Ancira I-10 Auto Complex. Very easy for me to tell you about and recommend Ancira because I am a longtime Ancira customer, and it's because of their great customer service before, during, and most importantly, after the sale. That great customer service is why Ancira has been a top family-run dealership in San Antonio for decades. They're going to make sure you're getting the vehicle you want with all the options and features that you're looking for. They'll give you great value on your trade-in, the best rebates and financing options that are available, and their service after the sale is second to none. So you know price made Ancira number one. Price keeps Ancira number one. So think Ancira. Ancira Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram Truck, part of the Ancira I-10 Auto Complex. They're on I-10 West between Wurzbach and Hebner. You know you want to think Ancira, or check the website, ancira.com.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aww. He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Whether you're planning a backyard barbecue, a dinner party, or just looking to unwind after a long day, Texas Cheer Liquor has you covered. Visit Texas Cheer Liquor today and experience the best selection and service in the Lone Star State. Texas Cheer Liquor.
All guests appearing on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star appear on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Buyers Barricades provides traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond. Online at buyersbarricades.com. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Friday afternoon. It's almost 6 o'clock, almost quitting time for me. Then Pledge has got to keep it going. Extra innings with Pledge coming up at 6 o'clock right after the Blitz is over. But you know what? I like talking to Pledge, so we're going to talk a little bit in extra innings as well. So we're going to do that. Man, it's been great. I'm Joe Reinagel. Jason Minix has the day off, and but this is the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. So happy you guys chose to tune in and be with us on this Friday afternoon. I hope your weekend is a good one as you look forward to it. And as we, get to the end of the show, we like to kind of point out the idiocy of some people because, look, Tim Hardaway Jr., do you even remember Tim Hardaway Jr.? He was an okay basketball player, never really a superstar.
Played for the Mavericks, right?
He played for several teams. He was okay. He was all right. And now he talks. So, he thinks that he's a ex-basketball player and he knows everything there is to know. And everybody wants to chime in on the Spurs' newest toy, newest player, Victor
Wembanyama.
That guy. So, Tim Hardaway said something in Miami on a podcast or a radio show or whatever it was. Well, you listen to it and you tell me what you think.
I'm sorry. And you know what? Y'all think this is going to happen? That man is going to be an all right basketball player.
He's going to be better than all right.
Okay, we will see.
He's going to be better than Bol Bol.
Okay,
he will have a better career than Bol Bol.
We will see.
All right.
Bol Bol's in year 4 of the NBA.
Right.
Obviously, Victor Wembanyama is about to start
It's going to take him year four to get to. Yes. Watch what you say. Watch what you say.
I give him 2 years.
Okay.
To be fair, Tim's the guy that originally said that Bol Bol was better than Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
No.
So, of course, you said for real here today.
Yes, I said for real.
That's right. Now, he was also a scout 6 months ago.
Thank you.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm done with the conversation. You can say what you want to say. I know about these things.
I've never seen.
And when it comes true,
yeah.
he gonna be like, well, he not gonna say it on TV. He'll be like,
nope.
We're gonna invite him back.
Yeah. He was right.
Yeah, whisper. Hey, by the way, you were right. I don't say
We're gonna find out.
Okay, that's pretty idiotic. Don't you agree? Bol Bol is better than That guy. First of all, we don't know what Wemby's going to be in the NBA, right? We don't. We expect that he's going to be a superstar. We expect that he's going to lead the Spurs to many championships. What we do know is how Bol Bol is in the NBA. He was drafted by the Denver Nuggets. His rookie year, he played 7 games, averaged 12 minutes a game, and 5 points a game. His second year with the Nuggets, he played in 32 games, averaged 5 minutes a game, 2 points a game. His third year with the Nuggets, he played in 14 games, averaged 5 minutes a game, 2 points a game. Then he went to the Orlando Magic, where he played last year, played in 70 games, averaged 21 and a half minutes, 9 points, 6 rebounds. That was his average. Now he is with the Phoenix Suns. All I'm saying is how the idiocy of what Tim Hardaway Jr. said. If 4 years from now I'm looking at stats of Wemby and they look like Bol Bol, I will offer Mr. Hardaway Jr. an apology. I do not have any reason to believe that Wemby stats will look like that. And anybody that is a former player, anybody supposed to know anything about anything when it comes to basketball, and you sit there and look and tell me that Bol Bol is better than Wemby, I mean, it's just idiotic. It's just an idiot statement. Again, we don't know what Wemby's going to be. We anticipate he's going to be great. We anticipate that he's going to set the world on fire. But if you're going to sit there on a radio show or a podcast or whatever that happened to be and tell me that Bol Bol, and he reiterated this a couple of times, that Bol Bol is better than Victor Wembanyama. I can't take you seriously. I can't take you seriously. I mean, do you want to have any credibility? That might play to a Miami Heat audience, and maybe that's what he was doing. I got to think of something. But first of all, nobody knows. And to make a statement the same Bol Bol is better than Wemby, you don't know. You don't know. I mean, it makes my head explode and my hair get out of place, Eloy. We got to be patient with Wemby. He's coming into the NBA with the best athletes in the world. They are going to give him their best shot every single game. It may take him a minute or some games or some weeks or some months to get his feet under him in the NBA. That may not happen. He may hit the floor and be sensational game one. The fact of the matter is we don't know. I would have had more respect for Tim Hardaway Jr. to say, Bol Bol really hasn't done all that much for a 7'2" guy. But he might be better than Victor Wembanyama, but we don't know.
Victor Wembanyama.
We just don't know if he's going to be better or not. I lose all respect for people like that. Look, you can disagree with something I say, but 9 times out of 10 is going to be, I'm at least going to know what the hell I'm talking about. Tim Hardaway did not know what the hell he's talking about. He just said something that just because he wanted to say it and cause some waves. And that drives me nuts.
Victor Wembanyama.
Jason and I, we never rehearse. We never say, you take this side, I'm going to take that side. We either are on the same page or we're not. But it's how we feel. And I think Tim Hardaway Jr. made the mistake, and somebody needs to talk to him, of saying something stupid just to get a reaction out of somebody or something. Tim, do better. Do better, my friend, or go find a new job.
Victor Wembanyama.
We had a beer bet, Jason and I, before he left, and it was all about the British Open. And right now he's losing badly. Badly. We'll update that beer bet. It's on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Victor Wabamama.
It's R&R in the morning.
Monday on R&R in the morning, we are 1 week away from Oxnard, California and Dallas Cowboys training camp, but will Zac Martin be a part of it? Plus, Rob Thompson's back. We'll find out exactly what he's looking forward to most about his time in Oxnard. That's all coming up Monday on R&R in the morning. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hey, guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
You don't plan for a computer virus. You don't plan to lose files. You don't plan to knock your laptop off the counter. And you don't plan for your PC to crash or your screen to freeze. But Staples has a plan. A plan for unlimited virus protection. A plan for help when you need it 24/7. Staples Total Support Plans are your tech plans for the unplanned, starting as low as $199.99. And although you didn't plan for this, right now at Staples you can also get $250 off select computers. N729 in-store only. See associate for details.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FIND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FIND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FIND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Golfers, swing into Edwin Watts Golf Shops. We've been serving golfers since 1968. Let us help you find the hottest gear from bags, balls, shoes, and apparel. All in stock at the best prices. Come in and test drive the latest arrivals from Titleist, TaylorMade, Callaway, Ping, and more. While you're there, get custom fit by one of our golf experts. Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Shop us in store or online at EdwinWattsGolfShops.com.
Buyers Barricades is proud to provide traffic control, rental, and sales for work zones and events in the San Antonio area and beyond. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more online at buyersbarricades.com. That's buyersbarricades.com.
Hello, my name is Jason Thompson. I'm an attorney and owner of the Thompson Law Firm right here in San Antonio. In the short amount of time I have to talk to you, I want you to remember two things. First, if you or a family member is injured in an auto collision, remember, you need to call an attorney as soon as you can after the collision. I don't have enough time to tell you the many, many reasons why, but trust me, the earlier you contact an attorney, the better. Second, when you call is as important as who you call. I want you to call me, Jason Thompson, at 210-900-0400. I've been representing people injured in motor vehicle and trucking collisions for 28 years. Each placed their trust in me to do everything it takes to attain a just and fair recovery and to get honest, trustworthy legal advice. You can trust me to do the same for you. If you or a family member has been injured in an auto collision, call me, Jason Thompson. My number is 210-900-0400 or at my website, alawyerforus.com.
There's never any FOMO with the iHeartRadio app. You won't ever have to miss out on your favorite shows and contests with this radio station again. Radio 24/7, 365. We're here when you want us. Stay connected and listen anywhere when you download the free iHeartRadio app.
Hi, Jason Minix here from the Blitz. I want to tell you about BraintreeNutrition.com. You know, if you've listened to my show for any length of time over the 15 years I've been doing this, having trouble sleeping is something that I've dealt with, either not sleeping through the night or plain insomnia. And that has changed recently with a sleep aid from BraintreeNutrition.com. Now, I've didn't work or I woke up feeling groggy. I tried this one from Braintree to support a friend of mine, Andrew Sendejo, who, of course, played at Rice and in the NFL for a dozen years. Well, Andrew and a couple of his buddies from Rice and some doctors, including a neurologist, developed BraintreeNutrition.com. They have 4 different lines that will help your overall brain health. I've been using Restore, which helps with sleep, and it's been great for me, and Think, which helps with focus. Brain health is mental health. Learn more and order online at BraintreeNutrition.com. BraintreeNutrition.com.
Hey, this is Rob Thompson from R&R in the Morning. Join us mornings from 6 to 10. Grab a cup of Joe on your ride to work. Right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. You know, that begs the question. You just heard Rob Thompson there. Why do they call coffee Joe? I didn't give anybody permission to do that. Grab a cup of Joe. There's got to be a reason for that. Somebody knows, I would think. Hey, everybody, this is The Blitz. Thanks for spending your Friday afternoon with us. I'm Joe Reinagel. Jason Minnick's off. James Pledger is running this thing, and he's about to get ready for extra innings with Pledger. We'll talk to him coming up here in just a moment. But before Jason left, because we normally do a beer bet at this time of the show on a Friday, something over the weekend that we can, have a little wager on. And I haven't been doing very well, I'll be honest with you. I'm on a 4-game losing skid. So I had to get even, and I hope to, obviously. So the British Open is going on. And since it started on Thursday, we had to do our beer bet on Wednesday. So we each picked a couple of players, and whoever finishes better, just the one. So you've got 2 players, 2 shots. So the one that finishes the highest will win the bet. So Minnick's takes Scotty Scheffler, who's the number 1 ranked player in the world, and he's not doing all that well. I think he did make the cut, yes, just barely at +3. Now, he also took Victor Hovland. Victor's playing a little bit better than Scheffler. Hovland is at even par right now. Actually, even par. He was +1 today. So they're way down the leaderboard, obviously. Now, my players are John Rahm, who I like, and I thought he had a pretty good shot at winning this week. He's not playing all that great. He's at +2, but he did make the cut. He's in. So both of our players are still around for the weekend. They both made the cut. John Rahm, way back. But the second guy I picked is right in the thick of things. Tommy Fleetwood shot an even par 71 today. He is in at -5, but he's 5 shots behind Brian Harman. Brian Harman, an incredible round today. Now, granted, he played early today, and it was an advantage to play early today because the wind kept picking up as the afternoon went on. He shot 65. He's at -10, 5-shot lead over Tommy Fleetwood. And the weather's supposed to get bad, so anything can happen. But right now, keep your fingers crossed, because I know you guys are rooting for me. Nobody wants Minnick's to win again. All right, I know you don't. So, and I'm tired of buying beer, quite frankly, for Minnick's to, enjoy his weekends on. I'd kind of like to get it back in return. Tommy Fleetwood has been playing well. So if you're watching this thing tomorrow morning, Tommy Fleetwood, John Rahm. It's the only guys you need to worry about. As long as they're up there and Fleetwood's, charging for the lead, then we're in good shape. But that's our beer bet, just in case you didn't hear us on Wednesday. Tommy Fleetwood, he's the man. So I've got basically a 5-shot lead now on Victor Hovland is how that works, right? So if Fleetwood finishes better than everybody, I win. And I entirely expect him to do that, finish better than anybody else. Now, I know that James Pledger is going to be watching this because he and I are probably the only golf geeks that actually follow this thing. And I'm thoroughly enjoying the fact that this thing gets started early on because I can get up in the morning, get a cup of coffee, and sit there and watch a little golf. And for me, that's enjoyable. So that's what I'm going to do tomorrow morning. Now, I know Pledge has been the marathon man. He may choose to sleep in tomorrow morning. I'm not sure. I wouldn't blame him if he did.
Yep.
But because there's no hangover tomorrow, right?
No hangover tomorrow. I'm going to take some me time.
Good for
Catch
you.
up on some sleep that I've not had.
Come on, you'll be at the Rue Pub later tonight.
I will not. I have reached a point of tired where my body hurts.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Now, Pledge has been pulling a double, since Wednesday? Tuesday. So he's been working the marathon shift, getting up early, doing the morning show, and then, doing our show.
Getting your show ready.
Getting the show ready, and then doing extra innings with Pledger.
Which is coming up next.
So what are you talking about today?
Well, going to talk about that whole stadium thing with the Oklahoma City mayor talking about how their stadium is one of the oldest in the league, being opened in June 8th of 2002, which, by the way, the AT&T Center opened October 18th, 2002. So we are only a few months older or newer than a stadium that they're already talking about replacing.
See, that's incredible. And to have, and I can't wait to talk with you about that, because the fact that the mayor came out of Oklahoma City and is already talking about it and how they're going to do it and all that. And I fully expect the city of San Antonio to do that at some point in time soon. And at least have some sort of a plan. So it'll be interesting to see. So I can't wait for Pledger. That's coming up here in a couple of minutes. But who do you think is going to take the Open? I need your honest opinion.
My honest opinion?
Yeah.
I think it's Fleetwood.
Well, I mean.
But Spieth is just kind of lurking.
God, that dude, man. He was 3 under today.
Finished
after 9. No, he was 3 under. He was at -5 at one time. 3 under par in the front 9, and then he shot 3 over on the backside. So yeah, I was disappointed with that, because I'm a big Jordan Spieth guy, but he's a scrambler. The weather's going to get bad. He even said in his press conference today after his round that that's what he's pinning his hope on, is that the weather's bad, and a guy like Brian Harmon will screw up and come back to the pack.
And that's got to be everybody's hope, because the weather that can happen at a British Open is game changing.
No, it is.
For the entire field.
And that's what I was talking about. The guys that teed off early this morning had the advantage, because as the day went on, the wind picked up and it showed, and it got brutally tough there in the end. All right, that's going to do it for the Blitz. Again, stay tuned right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Extra Innings with Pledger is coming up, and then after that, we got Texas Rangers baseball. I hope you all have a fantastic weekend, everybody. Thanks for putting up with us today, and we'll see you on Monday. Good night, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe.